Jeez.
She's
Well, this is
fucking, she's
yeah,
fucking ruthless.
yeah. It does kind of help. She's on Polus. Polus is really easy to
Yeah.
kill and run away usually, especially when people spread out. Unlike the other two maps. You know, if they ever add a new map, I'd like it to be like an undersea research station kind of thing, and like when you eject somebody, there's like bubbles and stuff. That'd be cool. Wow. Wow.
What for these at the end? Do you have to pay extra for the meetings?
Yeah, it's like Among Us, but it's published by EA.
I mean, they are working on a new map for it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this was one I played in. Okay. So it's like, wait, that name there looks familiar.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it's me.
See,
Oh,
I
yeah.
need to, Alice. I need to not let you get away with not saying anything so often.
Well, yeah.
Athenaeum.
Am I still murdering people?
Yeah. I got to the part where we're like, we didn't finish our discussion, and it's like, oh, Zora's body's there.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk.
Let's have a little more discussion.
And then Cobra goes, let's have a little more discussion.
Yeah.
Ellis, what have you been doing?
It's like, fuck, I thought I got away with it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's time to brew the. Yo, where your brother at?
I don't know. I'm gonna message him.
His light's green, which should be a good sign, I think.
It just means he hasn't been. Yeah. If he's green, it generally with Discord, you go into like the like yellow dot once you've been idle for a while. So
Yeah. I see.
Come on, cat. Calm down.
Oh yeah. So Justin,
Yes.
assuming we wrap tonight, would next Friday be session 0?
Yeah, I think that would be a good one for like no stream, just us talking about like what we're gonna do, how it's gonna work, kind of everything like that.
For sure.
Kind of like what we did with Sib for Call of Cthulhu.
Yes.
I gotta finish up a couple of things. I'm kind of building a like master document for myself, for like who are the major players
Yes.
in the city, who are the villains, what are they like, what are the organizations, who are some potential allies, that sort of thing.
So like I hope it makes sense to you, but like I'm waiting for session 0 to like create my character because I want to hear what other people are playing and a little more about the world.
That's fair.
I don't even have a concept at all yet.
I mean,
All right,
I'll
well,
take I'm a Kensai monk. That's all you get to know about my character before he's introduced.
Okay.
We got
Yeah.
Kensai monk, a fighter of some sort. I forget exactly what Vorm is doing. I know he asked about psionics, but I haven't taken a look at what he's done. And Jake and I made their character a long time ago when I first had this idea for the campaign. The not arcane trickster.
Yeah.
Like for me, like I don't know, like character introduction is one of like the most important things.
Yeah. I'll say this: the way I have the character intro planned is going to be very different from what I have done before. Effectively, none of you guys are going to know who each other are. You maybe have, depending on how long you guys have been individually doing the whole vigilante thing, you might have heard rumors of other people doing similar things, but you've never met each other. Because the city's big enough to where you guys have maybe operated in specific districts before, and then the thing that's going to bring you guys together will happen in session 1.
Great. Perfect.
Yeah, so...
I am hoping that I give a satisfactory conclusion, and I am looking forward to a little break.
Yeah, definitely.
DMing's great, but sometimes you just got to be a player.
Yeah.
So like I learned a lot. I think you guys probably can tell that. Like if I could go back in time, I would have sketched it out a little more clearly. But my wife was saying to me like, you know, like I've been like on the computer like every night, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm writing like, you know, like this, you know, this and that and this and that." She's like, "Is this for D&D?" I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "You need to like take a break from DMing." I'm like, "I know."
Well, I mean, something I wanted to ask you was far down the line after Justin does his thing, after Pilgrimage, after Arc 2, after what else happened, then my one shot, and once your story's done, if you'd want to do a proper co-DM.
Well, you know, I kind of want to run Icewind Dale. Is that what you mean?
I mean, I don't know. I figured like come up like, I mean, if you wanted to do that together, we could.
Oh, like a homebrew, you mean? Or what do you
that's what I kind of figured was like a homebrew. Like us like work together to make a storyline and ideas and characters.
Sure. I mean, I think we are each one of each other's reliable players, so we'll probably need to.
We'll definitely need more people. You know, probably get Sid go, and if my friends are free, like my friend Cheryl's great. Like she's a fantastic player.
Sure.
Like she will play her characters to a fault. Like in the Pilgrimage campaign, she almost died so many times because she was playing a stupid goblin barbarian.
Right.
Nice.
It was like the entire purpose of his being was to be the strongest ever, so he was challenging literally everyone.
Right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that could be really fun. You know, because like this whole time, I've badly wished I could just sit with one of you and just like go through my codex and be like, okay, this is where I need to get to. I don't know how to get there. Like, what's a good way to get there? You know?
Like that's what I was thinking is like to have someone to like properly bounce ideas off of without having to worry about spoilers. And I feel like you and I are like two sides of the same coin, so to speak. Like I feel like our strengths are like very different in our DM styles. Like I mean, like you're like the complexity and the well put together storyline you have, as well as how quickly and easily you have. Well, I don't know about quickly and easily, but it seems quickly and easily how you have all these characters just ready to go and how quick you are off the cuff with dialogue.
Sure, I appreciate it. Yeah, like what I and this is just like a love fest now, but like what I really like learned and like was inspired by with your campaign was just how it was really it was a tight focused story that gave us like enough room to kind of flex our like player choice and our RP, but it was like very clear kind of what the stakes were and what our options were. Whereas I feel like, and I'm being critical of myself, but like where I feel like my campaign was where it could have improved was it's like, here's a bunch of stuff happening. I don't know what matters. Good luck. You know what I mean? Sometimes
it's a really, really, really difficult balance.
Yeah. Like you even said to me like last week, like isn't the abbot like central to the whole story? And I was just kind of like, is he? Oh, I guess I could see how he would think. You know what I
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't he what literally all this is? I mean, I know like there's something above the abbot, but it feels like the entirety of this bit was on the abbot, but
Yeah.
he's not that important.
Well, okay, and
Mm-hmm.
like
Well, it's the classic, like, power escalation thing where it's like, okay, this is the bad guy, and you beat the bad guy, but oh, guess what? He was just taking orders from another bad guy that you didn't know anything about.
Yeah, yeah, I think I saw it. I was on Reddit or whatever, but like it said when the players beat the BBEG, have him say like, "I failed you, master," and it's like, whoa,
Like,
whoa,
what? You guys were fighting Starscream the whole time. You didn't know Megatron was out there.
Yeah. All right, Vorm and Leg have officially pissed me off.
I'm gonna call Jake. Give me a sec.
I even like said to him today, I'm like, dude, don't fall asleep.
He could be in the bathroom too. There's also that.
Just like having a
Because I was like, I have my established campaigns that like this is your beginning, and I kind of like point you like lead you to the right direction to find the main story.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how Water was. Pilgrimage is like it is very much this is your location, this is your destination, figure it out, and don't die along the way.
Nope.
But like I have I have a bunch of ideas for like a kind of like you have like a multi-arc campaign or like like a very extended but much more open where you can properly explore the world sort of idea, like ideas. Well, I don't know. I'm not good at like putting things together and making like progression.
Well, yeah. So like, I think I told you like what we spent 24 sessions doing. Like in my map was supposed to be the first 4 sessions. Right, so it's just like everything got just like because obviously like it just got so much more nitty gritty and like kind of to your point like we met so many other people and they all have their own things going on which takes a while to resolve.
And when 2 of your characters just spend half an hour talking on the top of a roof, shit happens.
Yeah, and I found out that like in this map, like Hannon is enough to sustain like fucking like Provost is enough to sustain a whole like 12 weeks if you wanted it to.
Oh yeah.
Like I didn't need this whole other continent like 3 times the size.
Yeah. See, I kind of have like I feel like personally as a DM, I kind of have like like Cobra's really good with the full on like structure and goal setting and everything like that, and is also really good at maintaining consistency within the rule set and everything like that.
Yeah.
Whereas Ellis is much better with the overall the kind of world building and the lore and everything like that, and I love that shit.
Yeah.
And for me, kind of being as a player, being in 2 games with 2 very different people, it's really helped me improve too as a DM, as somebody, because like I have a great grasp on like combat rules and everything like that, but I also love rule of cool as well. I let my players do stupid shit all the time, and I very much like large sweeping lore and story and everything like that, but sometimes I find it hard to just let that be there and then wait for it to come up in a lot of ways. A lot of times I'm like, oh, I came up with this cool idea and I want to implement it right away, but I'm like, nope, it doesn't make sense. Just put it to the side, leave it.
Yeah, so I can tell you that like when I was prepping for tonight, I had this entire like half the session that I had planned was with this like one character. And then last night I'm like, no, it doesn't make sense. I threw it all out, and I'm like, this makes more sense. So I'll tell you later, like what had happened.
Well, if I just don't do what like Witcher 1 does, where you meet the bad guy and they spend like 30 minutes telling you why they're the bad guy, and then you fight them and kill them at the end of the game.
Yeah.
It's like, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, like what Jessica was saying is like that, like I don't know. I just think like I don't know. Our styles complement each other. The is like, you know, a little bit lacking. The other one picks it up.
Left brain and right brain DM.
Sure. Well, that's
and that would also be cool because having two DMs, you could effectively play two characters at the same time to interact with.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing I was saying. Like, you know, we could both be, you know, like be NPCs in a conversation. And
so I read something on one of the forums the other day that said never have two NPCs talk to each other.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, no, I like that. I'm not going to stop doing that. I like that.
I do it all the time, but I make sure it's always there. It's always a quip. Like you have one NPC talking, then maybe one chimes in with a quip, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I swear, the fucking council sessions in Brightwater are just murder, because I'm like, okay, I have 5 important people. How do I have them talk? That's why the archivist just does not say a single fucking word. Because I'm like, you know what? He's got his own shit going on. I can't deal with 5 fucking people.
See, one of the things that I tend to do when it makes sense for there to be multiple NPCs in the room, I'm always very clear to tell my players, you know, when I'm setting the scene, here are the people that are here. And if they don't know who some of these characters, I make sure that I have the most important one in the room, the one that they really should be talking to, introduce them. So, like, let's say you're meeting with the king and his small council for the first time. You know, the king or the lord or whatever will, you know, welcome the party or whatever, and they'll say, "This is my, you know, treasurer. This is my general. This is my spy master." All that shit, and then that gives you just a brief, like, this is who these people are. Then that way, if the players have a question that maybe could be answered by a specific character in there, then it would make sense for them to chime in, or for them to ask that specific character a specific question.
Sure.
So, and especially when it comes to like allies too, like when it currently my Sunday games, they have kind of like a home base now, and they have a lot of allies that they've worked with over the course of the campaign to kind of bounce ideas off of, and who all have their own, you know, perspectives and expertise. Like they have one that's a magical expert and a linguist. They have one who's a cleric and a very good one. They have a bard who's well traveled and knows a lot of the nitty gritty of, you know, certain places. And then they have another wizard who's specifically an enchanter, so he knows a lot about magic items and working through research and stuff like that. So it's just, there's a lot of people that they can lean on.
Sure.
I just, at that point, I've just kind of given them the tools, and it's like, you know, I have my specific things that I have planned, but we'll see when we get to them.
I just want to say hi to Elise. Thanks for joining the stream. And she says, you know, to help with world building, I think you guys, I think I told you, like, Provost wouldn't have really been Provost without her help, because I'm like, I've got this huge city. So we did this like RP at another channel where I'm like, okay, like, come up with some people who might live in this town and give them backstories, and I'll create some NPCs, and let's just throw them in town together and see what happens, you know. And let's see, like, what
that's something I do. Yeah. That's something I do a lot too, is like, especially in my more recent sessions where things have become a lot more well established with like what the relationships are between certain characters and everything like that. When I'm trying to think of what could have been happening while the players were off doing their thing, when they come back and kind of, you know, debrief with everybody else, what would somebody else be doing? And I'll just like act out stuff like in the shower with between two characters, and just like, hey, this is what this guy and this guy were talking about, and they had this idea, and maybe one of them, you know, when they come back, one of them's not going to be at the base and is going to be off doing something, and then we'll come back in like a few days or a few weeks.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just like, I just think about what they could be doing.
Well,
or maybe things that they might, you know, if maybe the players have missed something that they probably shouldn't have missed, I can maybe come up with a way for them to, like, you know, post-mortem, like, hey, here was something. I'm like, oh shit, now everything makes so much more sense. And they're usually very grateful about that.
Sure.
A lot of them are first-time players too.
Well,
I say first-time players, but they've been playing this game for like 2 years. So
wow, that's a long campaign.
Yeah, we've been every other week just because of how people's schedules tend to work out. But we're trying to go a lot more week to week now. Now that there's a lot less going on in a lot of people's lives.
Well,
and
that's true.
And but we can't do it all the time, because I usually do it when I've overplanned and I'm like, you know what, this whole dungeon you're in, I have it all mapped out, we're good to go. So like if you wanted to go day to day, we could do that too. They won't, but but yeah, so
sure.
But yeah, and then at sometimes we've taken, like, especially last year, we took a break for the holiday season when a lot of us were still working at Best Buy.
Mm-hmm.
He did message me earlier and said a few more minutes, but that was 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I mean, at least he's awake.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I won't post that then.
Yeah, no, he's awake.
Why don't
I just sent him bruh.
Why don't I start with the recap, and then we're on the ship. Maybe Deflator sleeps in. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right?
I think that's fine.
Okay, so
Octavian and Deflator had a pretty good. Deflator had a lot of stuff that happened last session too. So
I certainly agree. Oh, also, I was gonna tell you really quick. I found a way of prepping that, like, really it's more work, but it works for me. Where it's like I'll almost run like a mock session. Mm-hmm. Because, like, if I'm just sitting with, like, Microsoft Word and I'm just, like, typing, like, all this, like, world building stuff, it doesn't really focus. I'm like, okay, like, they're on the ship. Like, what do you say? Like, okay, you need a description of this, and you need this guy's token, you need this map. You know what I mean? It makes me.
I do a lot of that too. I do a lot of, like, mental imaging of things, and I've played with my players for a while. I kind of know what they're about and what the how their characters tend to behave, which for a lot of them isn't too far off of how they are as people, but first time players, first time characters, so that helps. And it makes it a lot easier for me to predict what they will do in a given situation. They'll surprise me a lot, but yeah.
Yes.
My tried and true method is write an outline and bullshit everything.
Yeah, I'm not as good at the improv. I'm really good at improving dialogue. I'm not good at improving, like, the story. Content, yes.
Like, as I said, like, you guys had Brightwater the second time through. The first time, I said I improv just about all of it.
Yeah.
I had, like, an outline of, okay, these are the people that are involved.
Mm-hmm.
And,
and here's the evidence, and there you go.
Right. So I actually wrote a recap.
Yay! It's been a while.
Yeah, it's a little on the short side, but it's there.
Yeah. My recaps usually aren't that long.
Yeah, I want you folks to jump in if I misquote anyone or miss anything big.
Okay.
Having killed the Hag Coven, the party explores the caves thoroughly. Agarwin finds a chest attached to a floating barrel containing untold treasure. He searches the beach, finding the bodies of unlucky sailors gently bobbing in the water. The wood elf is attacked by Merrow, who seemingly set the bodies out as a trap. Agarwin's able to escape as they throw one harpoon after another at him, trying to drag him beneath the black water. Meanwhile, Ren reads the journal of Doc, the gnome surgeon from the Sunder, who appears to have been aware of this Gran and the larger plans of the beast. Arriving beneath the abbey, they hear the voice of the abbot himself giving a sermon to the gathered people of Aronsport. The vigilant were able to approach the town after the hags were destroyed. Halamath arrives to warn them to sneak away, but too late. Ren steps from the shadows, challenging the abbot directly. This escalates into a skirmish of sorts as the paladins Isenbert and Evangeline, as well as the cleric Rosalind Levert, engage with Ren and Deflator. Octavian runs with Adney and Halamath, who explain that the Reeve covered for them, protecting the Magric from the Vigilant. In the chaos, the party is able to escape, but is pursued to the docks, where Brilwyn is preparing the Magric to leave port. Ren stops before returning to the church to quickly assassinate the Reeve, believing that his redemption comes too late. And mute form, great. The abbot, using the figurine of wondrous power, Deflator summons a giant housefly, making great speed to the ship, but not before throwing alchemist fire atop the church. The abbot uses a dimension door to appear at the docks and attempts to destroy the ship before it can leave. Octavian makes a plea to the paladins to choose the side of right, and Isenbert makes his choice. Calling out he believes the Queen Elswith to be alive, he turns his warhammer on the abbot himself. Enraged, the abbot retaliates with a column of holy fire, igniting his own robes, while Evangeline knocks him down. She runs to the ship as Octavian reaches out to pull her aboard. A Garwin takes out a parchment and crosses a name off his list. As they leave Aronsport behind them, the party are given time to evaluate where they stand. Ren stands watch on the ship while Octavian comforts Adney and then makes amends with Deflator, who seems to accept the choices Octavian has made as necessary.
Nice.
Did I leave anything important?
No, I think that's good.
Well, I think I don't think Ren knew that the Reeve had covered for them or anything like that.
No, he didn't. I was trying to guilt trip him. Or guilt trip him.
But no, I mean, after he read that in the journal, he's like, yeah, no, this dude's done. Like Ren was actually gonna stick up with Octavian to not kill him, because that's something that, I said he's been thinking about down here. But after reading, he's like, nah, that's gonna happen.
So, what did you read that pushed you over the edge on that?
He said that he said that he had nothing to do with Becca Loomis dying, and because he said it was the
mob got out of control.
Wow. But in the journal, Doc had written that the Reeve was told that she had to go.
Okay, well, yeah, I might have mixed myself up a little bit. What I had in mind was that the Reeve was supposed to accuse her of witchcraft, right? And then let the town decide. Well, I guess, you know what? I guess as I'm saying it out loud, I guess Ren's right.
Yeah.
It was basically a death sentence, even the accusation, and he knew that. So Ren was a better judge of character there than me.
Ren's got pretty good insight.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
you got that Caduceus insight.
No doubt. So guess what I did? I made a thing.
Hey, nice. The boat.
Yeah, I made a boat.
Ren's gonna do a little inventory cleaning. So he's just gonna chuck some stuff overboard just because he doesn't want it anymore, like the harpoon.
Okay, so it's still nighttime. Okay. Did Ren go rest, or has he been up on the deck the whole time?
Until nighttime, he would be up in the crow's neck, just trying to gather his thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, so I did want to check in with Ren and Agarwin, because I know that Deflator and Adney and Octavian all kind of talked, and then they went to rest.
Ren did send that message to the lady.
He did.
Agarwin was sleeping in a coil of rope.
Okay, great. So Agarwin's having a snooze.
Yep.
So what does Ren throw? Is Ren throwing things overboard before he goes to bed?
Yeah, honestly, as I said, it's just like the harpoon that he had.
Yep.
He's had it for a long time, and he's not ever using a harpoon. He can kick bolts of lightning, He's gonna empty the vial that had the 3 ears in it, and because that doesn't seem relevant anymore.
No, it just gets over with it.
This is hey Dish. This is the last time I'm gonna meta, but I just wanted to say the ears. Did you get the ears or no?
I didn't get. I mean, there was 2 different alpha ears and a human ear. I'm I don't.
Yeah, I didn't really follow through properly, but the hags were leaving the ears around, and if you're holding the ears, they could spy on you.
Oh, great!
So that's one of the. Yeah, so they knew certain things that you were doing, and they were ready for you, and they kind of. Yeah, so
that's why the one was posing as a feeble old woman.
Yeah, they kind of knew that you were coming, and they you weren't supposed to kill them all so quickly, so I wasn't able to do what I wanted to do with that.
That's fine.
But anyway, yeah, but that's why 30 sessions ago when you said oh, I leave the ear on the ground or I pick it, I forget what it was. It was very important to me to know if you had the ear in your pocket or not.
Fun.
That's actually really funny.
That's so also. Well, never mind. Go ahead. I'm excited to talk to you guys about this. Sorry. So Ren throws these things into the black water, and you would see Agarwin sleeping in a coil of rope. Other than that, the deck is largely deserted, except for a few sailors just kind of minding the wind and keeping an eye on things.
All right, I want to make notes of all the because I still have the saddlebags and military saddle and stuff, all the stuff that's on Poutine, the horse.
Mhm.
That I guess is for now belongs to the Renauds.
Yes. If you ever go back, I'm sure they'd be glad to see you.
At least somebody in that city would be happy to see us.
So yeah, Garwin is actually asleep, and the coil of rope, his notebook, is actually like in his hand, as he's laying there. It looks like he may have been basically going through it while he was falling asleep here.
Mm-hmm.
Ren only has one scroll left.
Mm. And I believe Ren is the last one up.
Yeah, I mean, when it hits like proper nighttime, he'd probably go and get some sleep.
Okay. So Ren, would you go below deck and find a hammock somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've got such a mess of dice here.
How long have we been on the ship at this point?
Probably about. I mean, so you left. It would have been like I think mid-morning when you left, and then you kind of.
I think at least somewhere at least closer to noon.
Okay.
I think by that point.
Yeah. So about midday, and then you've been sailing kind of all day, and now it's it's probably about midnight, and Ren's heading down to bed. Is my kind of where I'm at.
Did Ren get a response to the message he sent to?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Maybe we should use it in the morning then.
You never know.
Cat, lay down.
So at this point, Garwin's actually oversleeping at this point. But I would assume he's probably up and moving around and just kind of wandering about the ship, going into being annoying.
But night owling.
Well, he only has to sleep like 4 hours, so he's capable of going.
And even then, it's not really sleep. You're just meditating.
Meditating.
Oh, I mean, I only need to sleep like 7 hours, but I sleep 10 sometimes.
Right. But yeah, I mean, if we took off at about noon, and it's almost midnight now, even 8 hours of sleep is freaking forever for him. He did what I did in college and just slept all fucking day. Woke up for 5 minutes and then went back to bed. Did it 3 days in a row. Oh yeah. That was a fun one to explain.
So Ren.
Yeah.
As you are sleeping, Ren, does an 18 hit?
Terrible.
It does not.
It does not hit. Ren, you are woken out of your sleep as before you, the broom that you found in the Hag's Cavern appears to have shifted form, and it is attempting to attack you.
What?
You did not give me a flying broom, you dick.
No, I gave you a mimic.
Oh God.
Well, I can't be surprised when I'm conscious, but I wasn't conscious.
Thank you.
Yep, so you are now awake, and we will roll initiative.
Sure, I can do that.
We lost Justin.
Oh, he's just so mad about the. I'm actually
What
gonna.
the fuck do you mean it was a mimic?
I'm just gonna use this. Wow. Yes, so the broom has shifted into a horrible shape, and it is attempting to attack you and attach itself to you. And it is Ren's go.
Prick. And that's both of the broom and you, Ellis. I will attack it with my sword.
Okay.
Sorry, my Discord just fucking crashed on me.
Welcome back.
Does the 17 hit?
The 17 will indeed hit.
Stunning strike. Constitution saving throw.
Constitution saving throw. Yes, indeed.
DC 16.
Fail.
He's stunned. So my attacks have advantage.
Wow.
Don't even need it.
Flurry of blows. Two unarmed strike.
Wow. Okay, so hold on. So so you hit it for 8, and then a crit for 14?
Yeah, that's total 47 damage that round.
And then another 9? 47 damage?
Yep.
Oh,
Because
cold.
the cold damage.
Damn.
Bing bang boom. That's one dead broom.
Damn. The boat's not a mimic? No, Dash. The boat's not a mimic. Okay, so the horrible form of the broom is just this gelatinous blob on the floor, and it's kind of crawling towards you. And one of the dwarves in the corner seems to kind of like be woken up a little bit by this. He's looking around, confused, as the mimic attempts to strike out at Ren again.
It's stunned.
What does it have to do?
Yeah.
It does
Nothing.
nothing. It is stunned until the end of my next turn, which means it literally does nothing.
Okay, Ren's turn.
This is why you don't 1v1 high level monks.
I was gonna say this is why you don't try to solo a monk.
Yeah.
Next attack is at advantage. Hey Ellis, stunning strike.
The gelatinous blob tries to shift back into a broom, and you just hear a horrible scream as it falls into sticky dust all over the wooden floor.
Blah.
Now you see what I actually don't often use stunning strike because it's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so useful.
The
Depends on
dwarf.
the situation.
The dwarf
Yeah.
wakes up. He looks at Ren. He says, "Ah, by Moradin, what was that?"
It was I don't know, just something. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Get someone to clean this up, and I'm going to find a different hammock.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I know I was cleaning my inventory, Alice, but you didn't have to take that away from me.
Yeah, that broom could have been real useful for when we have to sweep up the ash left by one of Deflator's victims.
Awoken by the noise, you see a couple of the other crew, including the first mate, Ragram, who would stop you, Ren, and ask if you're all right.
Yeah, missed.
And they just look at you confused and let you pass.
Ren's had a long day.
That's why I was just like, is Ren going to bed? What's Ren doing? Is he going to fall asleep? Meanwhile, Octavian, I take it you are also sleeping in a hammock somewhere?
I imagine by this point I've been asleep.
Okay. You would be hold on a second.
Okay, you know, Ellis. I'm probably going to get you back for that.
Well, you were okay.
Oh, yeah, but you'll see.
I'm surprised nobody stuck to it when we picked it up for the first time. That would have been a dead giveaway. That's how I got one of my players. They were investigating a tomb, and one of the sarcophagi was a mimic. And while one of them was looking around to see if like there was any markings on it that would identify who it belonged to, he tried to move back up, and his like whole arm was stuck to it.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see. Cool. All right. So I'll say this, Ellis. I already did all the shit on my long rest, so on D&D Beyond. So I don't remember what.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, because I mean we'll be on this boat for a couple extra days, but yeah. Okay. Yeah. Once again.
So with your permission, Vorm, it'll be dawn unless Agarwin's doing anything after his short, trance. You there, Vorm?
Oh, I'm talking to myself.
Oh, it's okay.
So he is. He's probably going and pestering, or is likely trying to go and cook something himself. I doubt he's going to be successful if he's trying himself.
Right, so there would be a mess below deck, where they have some basic kitchen equipment, and certainly the dwarf there would be a little bit perplexed by your unique methods of cooking, but would allow you to do whatever you needed.
That's dangerous.
You'd find the ship not overly well stocked, but they certainly have some supplies.
So yeah, I would probably say that he's bad enough that he would likely burn whatever he's cooking. So I will.
He burns his cereal.
I will attempt to go and roll survival, I guess, on this, and we'll do it at disadvantage.
Okay. Fun. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Like I said, he's a master at this sort of thing.
Hold on a second. So, what were you cooking?
He was attempting to go and make toast.
Okay, hold on.
And the ship burns down.
Yeah, the ship is on fire. So one of the dwarves yells, and you actually hear a bell ringing, and they're rushing around trying to put the fire out.
So as they're going and rushing around, Agarwin is going to kind of back towards the wall and just kind of sidle his way out of the door as they're going and trying to get this all stopped, and basically try to go and just disappear.
Ren, having battled the mimic, you certainly would hear the bell and the commotion.
Well, Ren's gonna sleep.
Okay, he's gonna let the okay.
Ren knows how to swim.
Sure, sure. All right, well, let me see if the dwarves can handle it on their own. Okay, yeah, so they're able to get the fire under control, and Brilwyn is roused, and Agarwin, you might overhear them giving her a report, and she mutters, "I'm gonna find that wood elf."
That's good luck to her. I do have advantage on stealth, so best of luck.
So as dawn breaks over the water, and the Magric, Ren, you would be awoken by a slight hum to your stone.
Oh shit! The one he stole from the beast.
No, the sending stone.
Oh, well, there you go. All right. Couldn't have done it last night. She's got to use today's charge. Sure.
Oof.
All right, what did she say? Oh, you're typing.
Yeah.
Coolio.
I love how like Ren's triggered that the elf took too long to reply on the magic stone. Like she has nothing else to do.
Like she fucking could have said it loud. Like
it's magic.
Maybe she was sleeping.
Then
Yeah.
I'd wake her ass up. Like it doesn't leave a voicemail.
Yeah.
I'll leave a voicemail. Hello, this is Ambassador Silicon. I appreciate your call, but I'm not at the stone right now. Welcome, Leg.
Howdy.
The broom.
not dead?
The broom was a mimic. It tried to kill Ren, but Ren did a bunch of stunning strikes, and it's gone.
Ah.
Yeah.
So, like, every combat encounter with one creature and a monk?
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty much what we were saying.
I only got one hit off.
Yeah. The only time you can solo a monk is if you're immune to stun.
Yeah, so like I said to myself too, I'm like, oh damn, I'm like, I better have some dwarves in the room because what if this
Hey,
thing
you
kills
know what?
Ren?
Yeah,
No.
true. I mean, you might only have had one hit, but you definitely had more hits in that Among Us game that you liked.
Yeah. The one where I killed everyone? Oh, the one where
Yeah.
with Ren, yeah, with Cobra, yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. Great. So let's go to Deflator. Dawn has broken, and the Lady Deflator wakes in her stateroom. Rest of her friends got hammocks. For some reason, Deflator has a private stateroom.
Because I'm awesome.
You're a lady.
Brilwin.
To be fair, you did roll up on this boat on a giant ass fly, so
It's true. I am fucking amazing.
Brilwin has taken a liking to Deflator.
I will... I'll wake up and go and eat.
Yes, you would.
Anything. Something.
Yes, you would approach the mess hall, which is just below deck, and you would notice that there's been quite a bit of fire damage. It appears as though everything is in disarray, and there's a faint smell of burning toast.
Well, that breakfast better be burnt to fucking crisp.
It is.
Seeing you, were you here for that leg or no?
No.
No,
Okay.
he came in like 2 minutes after.
One of the dwarves would look at you and say, "Oh, your friend the wood elf almost burnt down our ship.
With what?
He's trying to make toast."
I blink at him. I cross my arms. You're fucking joking, right?
I wish we were joking. If you see him, let him know the captain's looking for him.
I will be rolling stealth for the rest of this trip.
They're gonna keel.
I mean, if
they're gonna keel haul you.
if this is the damage he did to the ship trying to make fucking toast, don't let him boil water, man. He'll burn that too.
I'm not letting that elf back in my kitchen. But I'm
Well,
sure.
I hope I'm able to stay in your kitchen. Your grub smells fantastic. At least the non-burnt bits.
He gives a nod, and you see him setting out just a very simple breakfast with some dried fruit and bread and this and that.
Why am I talking like a dwarf?
it's that thing where you talk with somebody who has an accent, you just naturally start talking like them.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Happens to me all the time at work.
Elise in chat is wishing that Varn were here to cook everyone a proper meal.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can't just make the same character again.
Yeah.
So
I know.
Garwin's a good ranged fighter, but you can't cook worth shit.
No.
No, we cannot.
Trade-offs.
Well,
I
but
think
guess what? I'm awesome.
Yeah, I think at some point Octavian would probably wander into the mess very groggy, like bags under his eyes that look like eyeliner, basically. He's not wearing his armor or anything like that. He's just like morning. Kind of slumps down into one of the tables.
You're in the mess hall?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you would see Deflator there enjoying a simple breakfast, and a couple of sailors kind of filtering in and out.
Mm-hmm. I imagine I would have sat at the same table she was at if there was a spot. Ugh. You look like you've slept considerably better than me.
What?
Nothing. Just once again.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't. I really did not.
Here I thought whatever was plaguing Aaronsport would have gone away at sea, but I feel like this one was the worst one yet.
I don't really think it's what's plaguing Aaron's, unless you're talking about... Actually, I wouldn't know about that. Never mind. Oh, nightmares. Oh boy, that sounds like a problem, not an Aaronsport thing, dude.
They were pretty bad in Aaronsport, but they've been going on since the tower.
Odd. You're just stressed out, man, though. You need a drink. As much as I don't like that.
Probably, but I think I just need to take it easy today.
The chef would bring you over a nice pot of strong tea and say, "You don't look too good. Maybe this will help."
Much appreciated. I will take it happily. Is it like a hearty, earthy, like dwarven tea?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Strong. That's probably what I need. Yeah. That's pretty much all he's going to say on the matter.
He would also say to you, when you're done, the elf is looking for you up on top deck.
Halamath.
Yeah, and the other one.
Oh, his wife, right. Alright, well, if they ask, I need a moment to make myself presentable. Yeah, well, gonna eat his breakfast, have his tea, and then go back and put his armor on, just because it's a habit and he feels weird out of it. And then he'll go talk to them once we've kind of touched base with everybody else.
Sure. I assume Ren is Ren back in the crow's nest?
He's sleeping in because he was probably the last to bed. Then he'd get up. He'd just grab a breakfast to go in the mess, and then honestly, he'd probably check in with Brolin to see if her navigator made it alive to the shore and on the boat and all that.
Oh, she would have very much appreciated your any help. They are running a skeleton crew. Yeah,
I mean, because if her navigator isn't alive, Ren can fill in that role. He's proficient.
She'd be very grateful for your help.
So he'd go between that and being in the crow's nest for most of the time.
In her cabin, she would have shown you all her charts. And the map is showing the way to Eastbridge.
Ren will take whatever time is required to plot the course and figure out where they are, yada yada.
She would explain to you also that that the best way to go isn't to go just straight there. They go out to the east a little bit, out to sea, and then loop back around. And she says,
tides or
she'd explain that many ships are lost in the Bay of Mist. And even with the Hag's dead, she doesn't trust it. And that was also the direction that you saw the lightning last night.
Towards the bay.
Mm-hmm. So she's making a really wide circle.
Ren would account for that.
So just jump over here for a minute. She would have plotted a course, kind of like. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of just going like bit, she's going kind of out here a little bit and then kind of back up.
Sure.
All right. Well, if we're kind of done with everybody, unless Vorm has something, I will talk to Halamath. Should we be ready?
Go ahead and talk.
Okay.
So as you come up on top deck, you would see. Actually, would Ren, as part of navigating, would you be up on the deck doing something, or would you be in the office, no, the cabin, looking at maps?
I'm probably in like between like in the cabin and then like going outside to like check
Yeah.
positioning and all that, and then once he's made like given outlines for the course, he would go up to the crow's nest.
Okay.
And just keep a lookout from there.
So Octavian, would a deflator follow Octavian up, or are you going to hang out below deck?
I'll stay down.
Okay. As Octavian climbs the stairs to the top deck, you would see. Are there two Halamats? But you would see Aralaya and Adney standing close together, and it looks like Aralaya is doing like a survey of the ship. Adney's actually making notes on a bit of parchment. And Halamath is just kind of looking out to sea.
I'll go over to him and just say, I was told below deck that you and your wife were looking for me.
I'll better let her tell you.
Right. Then I'll go over to her, just kind of clear my throat and say, "Ma'am."
Adney would actually see you, and before Aralaya can speak, would say, Octavian, good morning.
In a manner of speaking, yes. Still kind of has his bags. The tea woke him up a little bit, but he is statistically exhausted.
Aralaya is just teaching me some things about the ship. I'm just trying to stay busy, keep my mind off things. I'm sure you understand.
Yes, that's good. We lost a few good hands, so any help would be appreciated, I'm sure, by the captain.
Yes, I saw your friend Ren. I saw Ren going back and forth. I think he's helping out quite a bit. He's quite a sailor.
He's certainly the most accomplished out of all of us. He's got good eyes, and he knows his way around the ship. I think it will be smooth sailing, so long as he can help it.
And Cobra, that's a retcon. She wouldn't have said your friend Ren. She just would have said Ren. I misspoke.
Lol.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Adney would say, Brilwin says we should arrive tomorrow morning. I'm so glad to leave that place behind. I only wish I could have struck the bastard down myself. It would be a tale to tell the elves. The bards would probably write songs about me.
Probably, but I think it is far more poetic that he be struck down by one of his own men.
Halamath kind of walks over. He's been kind of behind you, Octavian, listening in. And then he actually pulls out from behind his back a lute, and he starts playing a little tune. And he says, Sir Adney, the doom of the church. He begins plucking out a tune, and you notice that as he's playing, the crew seems to take some encouragement at it, and they begin to work a little bit more focused.
I'm just gonna tell him. Fanciful tales are one thing, but I think it does a disservice to Isambard's sacrifice and the historic moment this is.
Halamath would say, "We left in such a hurry. Are we even sure he was dead?"
I confirmed with Lady Evangeline. She went for the kill, and I know a deadly swing when I see it. Trust me. If by miracle he does survive, then that changes nothing on my end.
I don't mean to be overly negative, but one of his best mates, as I understand it, is a powerful wizard. I hope that they can't get to him in time.
possibly, but it's also possible that it was a alliance of convenience. Perhaps perhaps that wizard will think it is his time to shine. If there's one thing I have learned about typical mages, they are often selfish by nature.
Adney kind of turns to Halamath and says, I know you're making fun of me. He's dead. We know he's dead. Stop making things up.
And I just kind of put my hands up, just like, it's all been a stressful day. What is the purpose for me being here?
And at this, Halamath would say, Aralaya, did you tell him yet? And the female elf looks around kind of uncomfortable. She says, well, there's so many details. I thought... And Brilwyn steps up and says, oh, they need time to think too. Just get on with it. And Aralaya humps. She says, well, yes, you see, due to the situation, what with the missing crew and what happened to the... Brilwyn says, the Mythalqua, it's an elven name. I thought you might see fit to remember it. She says, Aralaya says, yes, well, considering the cost of running a ship of this nature, and she's kind of looking through her notes, she says, and you did mention that you had other ports of call, and Brilwyn doesn't have the coin to make it back to Gion herself. Brilwyn says, are all elves this long-winded? Look, Octavian, we want you to have the ship. If you can pay the crew a fair wage and manage the upkeep, the elf says she's yours.
An interesting proposition. I'm grateful for the offer. What would the upkeep be on something like this?
Aralaya is kind of looking over her note. She says, well, I need to finalize the figures. And Brilwyn cuts in and says, don't worry, you'll keep us on as the crew, and we work for a fair wage. Don't worry. We won't squeeze you, Octavian.
I'm just trying to think, because I've been hard pressed for coin these past few years. Not entirely. It's been a long time since I've had a a steady wage, as it were.
Stop paying for random goblins, magical crossbows, so that they run away after 2 sessions.
I mean, monthly, roughly. What are we looking at on average, barring extraneous circumstances?
Yes, so hold on. Aralaya is looking at her figures.
Are they stick figures? They're
she says the wages for the crew I have calculated, assuming your friend Ren is willing to help with the navigation, that would actually save you quite a bit. It would be about 10 gold a day wages. And then the supplies, let me look here, 900 divided by
3,000 a month.
Divided by 6.
Oof.
5, and then 5, and it's she says a total supplies is about 900 gold, but that's 6 months, about 5 gold a day just for all the upkeep.
That's quite a bit of coin. Far more than I've ever had in my life.
She says, well, talk it over with your friends. See how you feel once you get to Eastbridge. And that's quite a ship.
Seems like it. It's a shame that we had to acquire it in such a way, but... Well, I will talk it over. I think Renwood might be quite keen on the idea, but... we'll see. I appreciate the information.
So I'm just going to throw this idea out there. We accept the boat, boat over to Provost, and sell the boat.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I feel like that'd be kind of a slap in the face to the captain, considering that she doesn't have her ship.
I'm kidding. That's not
Okay. Yeah, I'll just kind of look around. Is there anything else of import?
She'd say, no, I think by midday tomorrow we should be making port. Also, I'm looking for that wood elf friend of yours.
Can't say I've seen him. He's hard to catch. You might want to ask Ren. He's got a better eye than I do.
I will. Ren's... and she points up to the crow's nest. She says, he's up there keeping an eye. Very useful, that one. Very...
Should see him in the fight.
Very... I'd rather be on... I'd quite rather be on his side than on the other side.
I feel this... I just kind of slowly go, I feel the same way. All right, well... I appreciate the offer. I'll talk to all of them and see what we can, see if there's something we might be able to muster up soon. But,
Indeed.
excuse me. And, Octavian's still, like, tired, so he's gonna go find somewhere to, like, kind of sit for a bit and just kind of think. If anybody, like, desperately, or not maybe desperate, if anybody, like, really needs his help, then, yeah, he'll help, but he's got that you slept on the wrong side kind of achiness to you. It's
Right.
just like,
At some point, you would see Evangeline come up from under deck, and she's just kind of looking over the side, looking into the distance.
I'd kind of notice and just I suppose it's time to have that conversation. Just kind of come up next to her.
Octavian.
Traitor. With a small, like, smile.
She kind of grits her teeth and she squints at this, and it looks like she's just like right on the verge of a breakdown.
And she, Octavian just kind of, like, puts his hand on her shoulder and just goes, I jest. You did a good thing. Trust me. I've had to make hard decisions like this before. I don't want to ever have to do that again, but... Think of it this way. When you can look back on your life and see the progress of events, I'm certain you will look back on this as the most important moment of your life. And you may look back on it somewhat fondly. I think.
Evangeline would say, even if I wasn't hung as a traitor in my own country, even if everything works out the way we want it to, I'll always be the person who attacked the church. I can never wash my hands clean of what I did.
True enough. But who's to say? But that is how things stand as of now. Clearly there is some level of corrupt ambition that is plaguing that place. Once that sort of problem has been plucked clean, I don't think they will look back as harshly upon your actions. But only if we play this right.
See, I was there for so long. I was in their council. The archivist, he won't let him die, and if he does, he'll simply find another.
Well, then we don't rest until the archivist is dealt with. I'm in this for the long haul, believe me.
She kind of laughs and she looks around at the skeleton crew and says, "We're going to need more than this to take him on directly."
And that's why we're headed where we are. We have evidence of wrongdoings and clear abuse of power, and a clear abuse of long-standing agreements. I have not dealt with many dwarves, but I think it will be plain as day if we present it right to them. The day of arms and bread will not come to pass. I can promise this.
Well, that's the only bright side, is that the elves have no love for the current leaders of Hannon, so I should be able to at least ask them for asylum.
I'm sure they will grant it to you. And if they don't, then I'll make sure they do. But trust me, from one person who has had to make hard decisions before, in crazy, chaotic moments, it's something that defines you, the choices that you make. And that's why when I first met you, I said, you must know which side you're on. Because for a time, I did it too. After the fall, I wandered and did what I could, where I could. Gotten involved when I probably shouldn't have. Did not get involved when I probably shouldn't have. Or when I should have. And always thinking back to that key moment when people I thought I could trust, people that I had fought alongside, that I called brothers and sisters, and suddenly loyalty to each other meant nothing. Loyalty to somebody else. That sort of burden changes you. And I'm still not entirely over it. But I'm getting there. I have purpose again.
She nods and says, I have no right to complain. You've lost so much more. I'm sorry.
Our own struggles are our own. It does not diminish anyone else's by comparison. That is unfair to each other. I cannot imagine what you are going through now with the devotion you have to your order, your god, all of this. This is not something that I know personally, but I know what it's like to believe in something greater than yourself, even if it is not kind of points to the sky, you know. For me, it was tangible. It was all around you. You could see it, you could feel it. And then to just not have it. It's awful.
Do you think they're still out there somewhere?
Who do you mean?
The army and the prince.
Part of me wishes that he isn't. But at the same time, I feel like we could use someone like him right now. And that sort of military power. But this does give me an idea.
And she kind of perks up and looks at you.
And she'll see that there's this kind of moment of like, aha, light bulb moment.
Yes.
To some degree. And you just kind of he does that thing where, like, I imagine she's like leaning out on the deck, and he goes and like kind of grabs her hand and like clasps it with both hands and says, "You're a genius." And
she's looking around very confusedly.
I go, "I'll explain later. I must." And I'm gonna actually go to. I'm actually gonna leave, and I'm gonna go start drafting a letter. Very tiredly, but also like high on adrenaline.
Okay.
Like overtired, like drunk text letter.
No, this. I mean, I've already had this idea brewing for a while, but this is the perfect excuse to actually do it, though.
A new stone, who dis? Sorry.
Do you want me to explain what my idea is?
Yeah, you can tell everybody, or you can DM me, whatever you want.
I think it'd be best if I tell, because this would be something that would take too long to type.
Sure.
So basically what I'm going to go do, I'm going to go draft a letter to Felix, the former proconsul, the guy who's kind of running Soldier's Rest, and plan to deliver it once we reach, like, by pigeon or whatever, when we get to Eastbridge. Basically, it's going to tell him, like, what's been going on. We've seen the abbot struck down by one of his own men. They're peasants with armor and weapons. I want you to rally the veterans that are there, and with Candle's help, assuming he's still in Provost, he can help get a message to the Queen, I think, the Queen of Hannon, and potentially have Vanadori legionnaires assist with retaking the hold. Because anybody who's, were guardsmen before probably are either have left or have been kind of assimilated into vigilance with, under duress, or were killed. So, but now there's some professional soldiers going to help retake this place, at least maybe gain a foothold and help her fight back. And that's
No, continue. I'll ask you after.
No, I think that was it. I was probably just going to start rambling.
I was going to ask, do you make the writing of this letter known to the rest of the party?
I am writing it, and I will let you guys know when I am done with it. But obviously, writing a letter doesn't take very long, and we have to get to Eastbridge before before I can send it out, obviously. Okay, did I really throw you for a loop or something?
Well,
but yeah,
Ren would tell you that when they, if they can send an advanced person into the hold to meet with the monks of the Even Hand, and mention Ren, Ren Barrow by name to the monks, and say that the time is coming if they want to stand with the side of, righteousness, whatever you would like to talk about.
Yeah, I can throw that in there too. You can absolutely do that.
Because Alice said there's like 8 of them there, but I mean they'd be a big help.
Yeah, they're like a commando team basically. So yeah, that would be a good idea, definitely. Because I mean, I don't know exactly how many soldiers are in Soldier's Rest, but like it's called Soldier's Rest, and it's a pretty big chunk of the outside of Provost. So I imagine there's got to be a decent number of dudes, enough to take a small town with barely any walls. Well, not really a small town, but like a city with no walls. Especially if they have the blessing of the Queen and everything like that. One thing I will make explicitly clear in the actual wording of it is that they're not pledging loyalty to her. They're just assisting with retaking it, and
make sure it doesn't look like an insurgency.
Yeah, that's like it's clearly an offer. It is clearly there to fly under her banner, but they're not taking over. They're mercenaries, but mercenaries with a with a really good standing, basically. They don't have anybody to, I mean, here's the thing: Venator doesn't exist anymore, like in its current form. So like, it's not who can they take the territory for, But anyways, that's the whole idea. Basically, get some boots in there, and get some like real ass fucking soldiers in there. Yeah, I think that
fucking pissant vigilant militia they got going on.
Yeah, and they might have some of the repurposed guard armor, but nice armor and decent weapons don't make you an effective fighting force. These are guys that are used to standing in a line and just taking punishment. They will not break. So, Yeah,
I'm wondering, like, how are they going to do this without Octavian to lead the siege?
I know. Well, there's no walls. It's not a siege if there's no walls. You can't siege if there's no walls. You
I
can.
don't know.
You can
I think if you have a trebuchet, anything can be a siege.
That's fair, but I don't think they have any trebuchets. So
Well, we can make them.
we could make
Exactly.
trebuchets.
If
We
you
lost our
build-
artificer though.
Build it, we can siege.
It's like some some rope and 9 planks of wood. It can't be that hard.
Yeah. So you missed it, Ellis, but I imagine like once I was done with the first draft of this, I would have told the other group, and
Yes.
Ren would have mentioned to also get the monks of the even hand. You said,
Yes.
yeah, get them on your side. Even though there's only a few of them, they're like they're specialists. They'll be very useful.
You can see what Ren can do. Imagine 5 Rens. Maybe not that powerful, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Hey, fucking, 5 to 8 5th level monks are a force to be reckoned with.
Sure.
Especially against a bunch of peasants with breastplates and pikes. So, yeah, I'm gonna draft that letter, redraft it once Ren gives that information, and yeah. And one thing I wanted to, at least from you as a DM, because I don't want to write this whole fucking thing out.
That's fine.
One of the things I want to make explicitly clear in that to Felix is that the soldiers will not be pledging themselves to the Queen. If they still want to hold on to their loyalty of Vanador, this is more so something to prevent, problems on this island. You're helping to restore order. What you guys do once that's done is entirely up to you. But this is a moment to kind of relive, to relive what glory, basically,
honor.
like what you've done before. Yeah, gain some honor in this weird time where
Sure.
there's really nothing to get honor for. And he'll express deep sympathies that he probably won't be able to be there for it, but is looking forward to hearing news of success.
To have this just massive, important story battle take place off screen.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm 100% certain, Ellis, that you have things that are much more important that we need to do on the mainland. And if this is something that we can do off screen, it makes things a little bit easier, because then it means the island isn't entirely hostile.
Well, sure.
So, and I mean, there's all these veteran soldiers just sitting there. Like, approximately how many would you say are there in Soldier's Rest? It's a pretty big place, right?
Yeah, I mean, a couple hundred.
Yeah, a couple hundred trying to,
I mean,
take back a city with no walls.
some of them a little past their prime, but most of them still in good shape.
Hey, past their prime physically, what's a peasant with a with a pike and a fucking breastplate gonna do against a full-on shield wall of, charging soldiers? Like, come on, they're gonna piss their fucking pants.
Sure.
Yeah.
You just like
They will, but if there's enough, it doesn't matter how many soldiers there are.
I don't care how old Barristan Selmy is, he'll cut down all of you.
Yeah, like freaking. Well, they start to entrench. They just circle in a little Roman turtle formation thingy.
I really want to see a shield wall.
Dude.
See, this complicates things because Ren would want to be there for that, because that's his entire purpose of being
Right.
in this side of this part of the world is to rescue the Queen.
Right. I mean, it could also. But again, I know. I know it makes things a little complicated, but I think because of the timetable we have, here's the thing: if this works, then the Queen can restore order. She can call off the Day of Arms and Bread potentially. Now that the abbot's been deposed. So if she could regain, because it's not about just getting Hannon hold back. It's about reestablishing order from the top down. Even if like the Archivist basically takes Aaronsport and Arvis for himself, that splits the island in half, and it means that he has less resources on his side. And now the Queen has a very strong force to protect, protect the area. They kind of build things up again.
I think like if the Archivist no longer has the backing of the Church of Tyr and the Vigilant, he's going to turn into a little bitch and not really do anything.
Possibly do something really stupid.
It depends on what his motivation was. If he was in on the whole conspiracy with Garan and this demon, or devil king or whatever, then no. But if he was just working for his own gains alongside the abbot, then he probably won't continue.
Right. So I think it is something that's important. It's something that we can do there, and then we can focus on the weird supernatural shit that's going on. Because as long as that's still a problem, no, this entire place is not safe. Like, there's still it could all happen again eventually. So we still have to do something with that. But I think that would be a good way to at least delay some things on the enemy's side. But yeah, that's what I will do with my time for the rest of the day, unless there's something really important that comes up. This is great.
Well, I do have all day to go and burn
shit,
a pot of water.
That could change plans, and we might, have to. We might still have to go help out. Like, that could be a thing. We'll see. But yeah, we rambled on a lot about that, and I'm sure Ellis has 1,000 other things we got to get through too.
I am here to facilitate what you want to do. So please
I know,
continue.
But yeah, I think that's kind of where we're at on that. So
just like Call of Cthulhu, boat adventures are going to take a long time.
Yeah, right.
I just want to announce we do have 5 viewers, which thank you everyone. This is fantastic. I just want to show my 5 viewer concurrent special announcement. I do have 2 baby Groots on my desk, not 1 but 2. So there they are.
All right, now how do I enter the giveaway?
I'm not giving anyone anything. Leg, I would if you wanted a baby Groot, I would get you a baby Groot.
I don't have room on my desk.
Yeah, one of them's actually.
Say, Jake,
oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Jake, you can just take the fucking baby Groot Chia pet that I haven't done anything with.
Grow it.
Nah, I don't
Grow
want
something else in it.
I don't want plants in here. My cat's gonna chew on it.
But what if it's the good kind of plant?
No, it's not. It's a fucking chia pet. It's basically one step up above moss.
What good kind of plant
is
Leg referring to?
The magic one.
Nightshade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Have you done your alchemist writs?
I have been doing my alchemy writs.
All right, great. So, Garwin, are you still hiding?
Actually, he is.
He
was listening to the conversation.
Yes.
So he's basically sitting behind this railing right here.
Yeah.
Just kind of keeping out of sight, but still listening in.
Could you
to the conversation that was happening here?
What's your passive perception, Garwin, or you can roll perception?
Let's see. My passive is a 19.
Ooh. Oh, cool. So, you would actually look up. You would see Ren in the crow's nest, and you see him kind of make eye contact with you.
I wave, and then just slowly sink back down behind the railing again.
Little does he know the railing is slotted so we can still see you.
You can't see me. So he's gone and painted himself to look like this guy. So when you're looking at it, you just see this guy.
No, you're just like Peter from Hunger Games. You're just like a rock.
Oh, God.
Yes. I look like a barrel. Actually, yes. I think I can look like a barrel. Let's see. Yes, because I do have minor illusion. So yes, I am just kind of chilling there. I was listening into the conversation. But yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out, just kind of trying to keep out of the way and keep out of the captain's sight line. Whether I am hiding as a box or a barrel at some point in time, that is dependent on the situation. But yes.
Excellent. So as the day, kind of goes on, they're just sailing along. Ren, you find yourself very much appreciated and in demand. Some fog rolls in at one point, and you may have to make some minor adjustments to your course. But other than that, it is a relatively calm day at sea, which must be a nice break from the last voyage you were on.
Sorry, I'm trying to die.
Oh, please don't
Aren't
do
we
that.
all just very slowly?
Yeah, please don't do that.
Yeah,
Did you discuss the ship with the others at all?
Yeah, I imagine by the time the letter part was done, I would have brought up the whole thing to them. Like I would have, especially like I'd try to find a Garwin, I think, and just be like, hey, we gotta talk.
Yeah, I would. I obviously I wouldn't go and hide from my fellows, but I am desperately trying to go and avoid the captain.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think of what to do. You know what? Octavian wouldn't think of anything like clever or sneaky to do. He'd actually just go and like find a Garwin at some point and just say, we go talk in Deflator's fancy room. We got some interesting things to talk about.
I was going to ask about that. How did the bird go and get the room?
She was really nice to the people here when she stormed out of the town meeting.
Ah, she bribed them. Makes sense.
But yeah, so.
Yeah, I bribed them with your mom.
Wow.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Octavian's not subtle, so he would just, kind of look out for a Garwin. Probably takes a decent bit of time, but we'll find him and,
Yeah, Garwin would definitely go and just follow along.
Hey, Ren, did you see a Garwin? Yeah.
That's fair. I could have also done that too.
Yes.
Yeah. Ren. Yeah. Never mind.
But yeah, then I'll kind of shout up to Ren and just say, "Party meeting for a moment."
He kind of like puts his lower back up against the rim around the crow's nest and just does one of those like rollbacks off, and then just
Nice.
lands on his feet.
All right. Then we'll meet Deflator in her room and we'll discuss the ship. So the Alamath's wife. What the fuck was her name again, Alice?
I'm in the calf, dude. I'm eating.
Well, then I'll find you and say, hey, can we talk in your room for a bit?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
No,
Never
no
mind.
boys allowed.
Aralaya.
Aralaya. Alamath's wife, Aralaya, has proposed an offer to us that perhaps we can take ownership of this ship, provided that we pay for the supplies and the crew's wages. I am not well versed enough in the art of commerce or seafaring, so I wanted to propose this to the group. Speaking from
Okay, so I know it. So you want Ren's knowledge on seafare prices and my money. Got it.
Well, I'm not exactly rich, but I imagine it would be a group effort. Yes. Considering we have to pay for all these people. Provided that, we can all make up the difference in some way. But she said that it would be about 10 gold per day with the current crew. And about what did she say? 900 gold approximately for 6 months worth of supplies.
I believe she said. 1 second. It was. Was. I think she said it was 15 gold a day total.
15 gold a day.
Yeah.
15 gold a day total. So then that means per month. And for upkeep and crew. Pull up the calculator. If assuming every month is approximately 30 days, it's about 450 gold every month. I don't know about any of you, but that's a lot for me. But I think strategically it would make sense for us to have something a bit larger than a cart as a home base, and it would make moving around a lot easier.
We have a cart?
We did. And it was with Varn, the goblin. But he has since left our company.
I really do need to have a little chat with that fellow.
Well, if we're in Provost at some point.
Also, I mean, would Ren know, could they do a better deal on the cost of upkeep?
Ren has had a great look around the ship. I think by counting the crew, he might think the estimate's a bit high.
Probably, skimp a little here and there, and then, talk them down to probably, like, I don't know, 10 or 12 or something. Make it a little bit easier.
Right.
If I can't get 11, I'm not doing this.
Well, we'll have to account for anybody else that we bring on, obviously, but...
fun time, it sounds like sailing around. I mean, that's what I spent most of my life doing. I don't plan on being here for very long. I mean, once my business is concluded, I will be heading back to the Sword Coast.
Well, I certainly understand that, but in the meantime, there are things that require attention. That can be something that can be discussed later, but for now, personally, I think it is a good investment. Whether or not it is something that we can actually do long term, I am not entirely certain. This is not really my area of expertise, but it would be nice to have a method of transportation, as well as a place to effectively call home in port.
In some aspects, I have not left my old life behind me as much as I would like. But I have left behind caring for money. While I'm with you, I will have no problem chipping in towards the maintenance of this boat and the crew and everything like that. But so I am happy to contribute in that way, as well as using my expertise to help out in running of it. So, like I said, I'm happy to do that, but just know that I won't be here for long. I am hoping.
Well, I will be sad to see you go, but who knows what... Well, if there is anything I can say that this little journey has taught me is that expect the unexpected. But I respect your decision, Ren. You are very much a foreigner in these lands. It's not...
One thing I expect sooner or later is to meet another ship on these waters that won't exactly be friendly, and if we have our own properly manned boat and that given time, it's probably beneficial for us.
Right, especially if your old crew decides to come knocking.
That would be the one.
Yes.
Does this boat have cannons?
It's got ballista on the picture.
You would notice that it does have ballista, and there would be cannons on each side.
All right.
Do the ballistas rotate like those ones on the boat?
Yes, and also, I mean, it's certainly not a warship, but it can defend itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But even then, like merchant vessels are pretty much usually equipped better than some war vessels
That's fair. Yeah.
half the time, or at least they used to be.
Yeah, I imagine with yeah, we could probably find some upgrades here and there that might make it, that might shore it up a little bit.
So, how do you guys play Assassin's Creed 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but I know
This
it's
is the
like
best
the
one.
last good one.
Yeah. But like like when you're going up against those legendary ships.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah.
So there's these massive galleons. Yeah, and you're on this much smaller boat. Yeah, the Sunder's done that before. Like they've taken out these massive military vessels.
Oh yeah.
I didn't play that one. The last one I played was the one where you, the Revolutionary War. Was that 3?
Yeah.
Oh, so the worst one.
Yeah, I did. It kind of turned me off from this.
Clearly, you didn't play Unity.
No, 2 I loved. I played 2.
What's
like, over and
Unity?
over.
The one where people's faces would disappear and they're just
I don't know what you're talking about.
floating
Flag
eyeballs
was the
and
last game.
teeth.
Ah, yes.
But 4, yeah, I mean, also, if you liked like 2 and 1, 4 is amazing. If you,
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
pick it up for bucks or whatever.
To give you an idea of how good it is, ship combat has been a staple in like half of the Assassin's Creed games that have come out after it.
Didn't 3 have some ship combat?
A little, but only in the beginnings when you play as other characters other than the main character.
I remember that being the best part. If I'm remembering the right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
what-
why they went and added it in the other
Yeah,
game.
and plus pirates are cool. So
Sure. Of course they are. You know what's even cooler than pirates?
Hmm?
Pirates who later become monks.
pirates who become Dragon Ball Z characters.
Dude, just wait till you can fucking Kamehameha is like
Yeah. Yeah, you're like Sun Fireball. Yeah,
it's
great.
11.
yeah. But yeah, well, I think it could be something that we can do. Might have to be a little. I think maybe if we can put up enough to maybe pay them for a month worth of services up front, that would at least give us some time to perhaps procure additional funds to put aside for such a venture.
Well, I might be looking for a little bit of specialty equipment and supplies when we hit our destination. But I do have some things that I could most likely get some money for, and you know, if I can find what I'm looking for, anything left over, I'd be happy to pitch in for the boat.
Garland's going and counting through his coins and just goes and says, "Yeah, here you go," and pretty much goes and drops his coin purse here with all but 50 gold taken out.
How much is in there then?
Hang on, I'm trying to get to that here. There it is. I take that back. So he's got 61 gold and 131 silver, and then 211 or 299 copper.
Yeah, I
So
got.
he would go. He'd go and leave, or only take 20 gold out, and leave the rest.
I got 70 gold, 145 silver, and 302 copper. I imagine Deflator probably has the lion's share out of all of us.
Yeah, I've got
I don't
a
know how much gold I have. Most of my gold isn't in money.
I have a total of 77. So I've got about 57 gold.
Because Deflator has the sack of precious gems with 500 gold. I have a pouch of precious gems of an indeterminate value from the Aaron Sport Priest. I also have that leather bag of 5 obsidians, 3 bloodstones, and a large amber.
Yeah, and I've also just in general, I've been collecting stones since we got to fucking like. I don't even know anymore.
I also got that magical lizard folk shaman staff, which I could probably get something for.
Well, if we can, between all of us, I think if we can muster up about 3, if assuming we can talk them down at all for wages, if we can get around 350 or so to 400 gold between the lot of us, I think that would be beneficial. I would definitely be leaning on your expertise there, Deflator, to ensure that we get the most for what we are going to be selling. I'm certain you know precious gemstones far better than any of us.
Absolutely. From my days of stealing them, I absolutely know what they're all worth.
I thought you said you were a merchant.
What do you think I sold?
Ah, so a fence, I think it is called?
Ren would just hold up his hand for a high five to Deflator.
That's the thing from Lion King where Scar's like, I'm surrounded by idiots.
Don't you have a failed merchant background?
Why do you think I failed?
She got caught. You know the phrase, it's only illegal if you get caught? Yeah, that explains Deflator in a nutshell.
Yeah.
You're with
It's crime.
Octavian. You're with a thief, a pirate, and an assassin.
Yeah. I am the Boy Scout.
Yeah.
Wait, we have a thief, a pirate, an assassin, and an arsonist.
Yeah, an arsonist.
Hey. Bystander.
Hey.
He likes to think of himself as a professional murderer, all right?
Although, I just want to add that we haven't seen Agarwin assassinate anyone yet, but we have seen Rent assassinate the Reeve.
That's true. None of you guys know he did that yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
And
meta knowledge.
actually, he would probably just tell that to Deflator on the side, and not Octavian, because he doesn't want to deal with Octavian shit.
That's fine. Honestly, I mean, yeah, that's fine. I get that. Well, let's at least see what we can drum up fund-wise, and then we'll let them know once we have reached port, eh?
Yeah.
Eastbridge is a big trade place, right?
It is.
Okay. Like, at least within Altair, anyways.
Yeah.
I imagine Provost is definitely the bigger trade hub, but Eastbridge is a close second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, there'll be a lot of...
It would be third after Vardis, actually.
Oh, yeah, and Vardis,
If you
too,
want to,
yeah.
if we want to rank them in terms of like size.
Okay. But it's elves. Elves are, you know... I wouldn't call elves frugal.
Yeah, so you would know. I think most of you would, maybe not Ren, but like most of you would know that Altair, while ruled by elves, certainly it's also the remnant of the Zanari Empire, which you might not know a lot about. But the point is that Eastbridge specifically is very integrated, and there's a lot of different races here and there. It's not like a sacred elven city. It's a...
As with a lot of port cities, it's generally a big mixing pot.
Sure thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, either way.
What's that?
Oh, that's the whole land.
Yeah, it's like
the whole region.
Gotcha.
I mean,
basically
yeah.
where the river bisects Hannon, or bisects Halcyon itself. On the upper right or the upper left is mostly Vanador. Then below that is Gion, and then pretty much everything else below the mountains on the other side is Altair.
I feel like I might embarrass myself if I'm wrong, but like if the Zanari Empire was the Ottomans, then Altair is Turkey.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're
Or
not
like-
embarrassing yourself right there. That's pretty accurate.
Okay, good.
Or like Zanari was Rome, and then
Or well,
and
okay,
then Altair is the HRE.
maybe a better example, instead of Turkey and the Ottomans, it's Byzantium and the and the Turks, because there's this like bridge period where it's the Byzantines, the Turkish, the Ottomans, and then the Turks again.
Sure.
Because Turkish history is weird.
Well, you know that Istanbul was Constantinople.
Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for it.
Now
I was waiting.
Istanbul and not Constantinople.
That's nobody's business but the Turks.
Constantinople.
God. Anyways, yeah. No. I think the crew would be happy to know that we are at least working towards paying them a fair wage.
We negotiate down to 10 gold a day, and then if they prove themselves and profits come in, 15.
I'll leave that to I'll leave that to you all. That is far outside of my my area of expertise.
Yeah,
Garwin clears his throat, so he just goes and says, "Out of your expertise, I live in a forest. This is all new to me."
I mean, I was motioning more towards Ren and Deflator, the sailor and the businesswoman, air quotes.
It's a legitimate business, Octavian.
Legitimately illegal.
Exactly. You get it. Good.
Progress.
What are you, a cop?
What are you, a cop? You have to tell me if you're a cop. Which is not true, by the way, kids.
Actually, depending on where you live, it is true.
I don't mean to bring up Chris Hansen again, but I saw the one where the guy's like, "Oh, I thought it said 18. Was that a 3? Oh, I just got my glasses checked. I thought that 8 was a 3." And the guy says, "Okay, well, if you thought they were 18, why did you ask if they were a cop and say you could get in trouble? Why would you get in trouble hanging out with an 18-year-old?" Cue Curb Your Enthusiasm music.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Yeah, I know, right? It's great. All right. Well, good meeting, everyone. Octavian's gonna yawn and try to, I don't know, call it in early, if possible. Not like, while the sun is still up, obviously, but like maybe a bit earlier than everybody else.
Is anyone going to bring the counteroffer to Aralaya?
Yeah, that's on you
I'm
guys.
sure shit not.
Or to Brilliant?
Both of them, I think.
They're just on top deck.
Yeah, I guess Ren would, do that.
I don't want to put you out.
No, I mean, Ren would be fine. I don't to be honest with you, I don't feel like going, having a 5-minute conversation in character about this.
Okay, well, that's fair. All I wanted to get across was that they would accept. Aralaya says that if you'd like, she's happy to handle the business end and get, jobs and get, if you want to run it as a merchant ship and be making money on the side or take on passengers, just let her know.
It's probably the way to go. The best way to keep it afloat.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
What?
He said, keep it afloat. And it's a boat, so.
Well, how does the boat float? Boats go on tracks.
There's a...
Train on the water, boat on the track.
And that is where we'll end tonight. Thanks, everybody. This has been fun. All right, great. So if there's nothing else, is everyone retiring for the evening?
Sure.
I will, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Everyone gets a nice long rest, which is excellent.
Thank God.
And in the morning... you would hear a call from the deck. As you wake up, you would hear some shouting and some scuffling about.
Was I found by the captain?
Roll stealth. Let's leave it to fate.
Alright, let's see. Come on, roll.
I will roll her. What?
No, that's a natural 20.
Whoa!
Damn.
You were able to... I've never seen a 31 before. You were able to evade notice, and also could you roll sleight of hand?
Yes, I will do that. I evaded capture by standing directly behind her.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, you would have been able to certainly snag something to eat while no one was looking as well.
Yes. I have a wheel of cheese now.
Yes, exactly. What's that meme where like the Oblivion meme where it shows like like a wheel of cheese and then a slice of cheese, and you put them together, and it's a potion of resist fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. Great, yeah. So there's some scuffling about.
So I'm pretty probably awake at this point. And I would be sitting up here on the front of the ship, eating my cheese. Whereabouts is the sound coming from?
Sitting on the bow, could you roll perception for me?
Yes.
If you were sitting on the bow around this time.
What time is it?
It's probably about, I'd like to say 8.
Yeah.
Well, if Octavian went to bed early, he would at the very least have already been like dressed and everything like that.
Sure.
So I'm not scrambling out of bed.
Sure.
So that's a 19, I think it was.
Mm-hmm. Ren, did you have
Yes.
anything to add? Did you have?
It's 8 at night in the evening.
No. I was thinking it's 8 in the morning.
I mean, yeah, then Ren would probably be going over charts about this time.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, everybody got a good long rest. I'm assuming it's morning now.
Mm-hmm.
With a 19, Agarwin looking in the distance, you would see just coming into view the far green country of Altair.
I will spin around and I will watch it approach.
There is you see a dwarf keeping watch as well with a spyglass, and he shouts, "Land!"
Just land, not land ho.
No.
Good,
Respectful
because
would-
that would be
that would-
mean.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're not the lamb, so that would be
No.
mean.
Wow.
That would be mean and sexist.
Wow.
Like, you know, like when like the super athletic people like climb a rope with like just their hands and use their leg.
Sure.
Reynolds did that to get up to the crow's nest to look for himself.
Yes, the skies are perfectly clear this morning, and you can see the far green. Ren, you can even see the far green forest of the Verawood slightly to the west. It just seems as though trees just go into infinity, fading into the mist, into the horizon.
You get the view and then, call the captain, just make sure, adjust the course, by however many degrees to make a proper approach, and stuff like that.
Okay, we are going to do a docking mini game. Ren, we're going to need 30 different rolls from you.
Is this where Picard makes Wrecker manually dock the Enterprise?
I know it.
I know it.
It was so classic.
All right, we have to learn how to dock in Elite Dangerous now.
God.
Oh, I got pretty good at that actually. I got rid of all my docking computers.
Good.
I was only flying medium ships, though. I did never try it with an Anaconda. Is Deflator or Octavian coming up top, or are you kind of hanging out?
Yeah, I would be coming up top to deck by now.
I just really wanted
I
to...
slept last night, but like, Deflator wants more sleep and is like staring at the ceiling,
Sure.
like angry.
So, Octavian, as you ascend the narrow wooden steps slick from sea breeze, you would also see what appears to be land coming into view.
It's a small sigh of relief that the shuffling was not we're being attacked shuffling, but also the fact that Jesus Christ, it's actually real. We're actually here.
Octavian, you would notice something brush against your legs.
Do I have a moment to see what it was exactly?
If you look down, you would see nothing.
What the fuck?
It's the dragon.
Looking around, Octavian, from thin air appears a small fairy dragon. Its coat
Yeah,
shimmering
I was just about
with
to.
colors.
I was just about to cast like detect magic or something.
Mhm.
Does hold on? Does my divine sense detect Fey?
Its coat of scales shimmers with colors. I don't believe it does.
No, it's celestial fiends and undead.
It should. It should be Fey though. If it can, you know what I mean. It should.
Yeah. I was like, huh. Well, look at you. What did we name? Did we name this one?
I don't think so.
Oh, you're a long way from home, I think. Last we saw you, you were in the carts back in Provos.
he seems just very happy. Looking ahead, Ren and Agarwin, you both have excellent views. You would see as the ship gets closer, and they're trimming the sails to slow their approach and come around. You would see that the harbor is protected by a stone wall, which holds a causeway running alongside it. 2 sets of locks allow ships in and out, and guard towers are poised on either side. You would see different patrols of smaller ships running along the path.
Ren would call down. And you know the docking protocol for this port? I've never been here.
Don't hit.
Brilwin,
It's just I point like this guy gets it.
Brilwin would say, I've been here before. It's a whole thing.
I'm glad it's not only half a thing.
As you get closer, the fairy dragon will flap its wings. He lets out a little puff of smoke, and he begins to fly circles around the ship. And then he's going to land near Ren on the crow's nest and kind of fly around you playfully. Before this, he takes off and disappears into the clouds, bound for Altair.
Well, it's kind of like, why is that thing here?
Magic.
At this, there is a whoosh and a crackle of ozone as a figure appears on the deck out of thin air.
I'm immediately pulling my sword out because I am startled as AF.
Almost 6 feet tall, elven features, long, straight, silver hair, and very pale skin. Welcome to Eastbridge. Was that a fairy dragon?
It was. Who are you?
Well, normally, we would need you to declare any fae you're bringing into the city, but, as it appears to be gone, he kind of looks around, kind of huffing. He says, we can overlook it this time. Can you just confirm for me the status of any diseases or ailments, magical or non-magical, from which the dragon may have been afflicted, or if the creature had consumed any fungus or other spore-bearing fruiting bodies while in your custody? And he just kind of looks at you expectantly.
I'm gonna slowly sheath my sword. I am unsure, as I did not know it was aboard until moments ago.
Octavian, can you roll perception or investigation?
I'm gonna do perception, because that's better for me.
Sure.
19.
You notice a silvery cord coming from the figure's back, which appears to fade away after a foot or so.
Interesting. I know what that is. Octavian doesn't. So, who are you? And why did you just appear suddenly on this ship and nearly give me a panic attack?
Brilwin says, I told you it was a whole thing. And the elf looks at you and says, pardon me, Hatherhall Cajun, Registrar for the Circle of Xanar. It's strictly a matter of safety, I'm sure you understand. Now, what is your business in Eastbridge?
Sanctuary? Like, kind of looking at Brilwin, just kind of like, that sound about right?
Brilwin, she looks like she's about to speak, and then you would actually hear some footsteps behind you, and Erelaya comes out of nowhere. She says, I'll handle this. Lady Erelaya of the River Watch, is there a problem? Surely you have a record of this vessel, the Magric, registered under Naradal Quindark. I'm sure you're familiar with him and his mother. And the elf just says, of course, Lady Erelaya, my apologies. Do let my office know if there's anything at all we can do to be accommodating to your... And he kind of looks around. Crew, the dwarves should enjoy the silver harp. They cater to their unique tastes. Ahem! And with that, there's a puff of mist, and he's gone.
Well, that was interesting.
Halamath kind of is in the corner. He's kind of snickering. And Erelaya says, honestly, the bureaucracy. She kind of huffs and she motions to Brilwin and says, she points to one of the sails and says, dear, you should adjust that sheeting. We're drifting a bit. And she kind of huffs away and goes back below deck as Halamath is just snickering in the corner.
I'll look to Halamath and just go, is this common?
He just shrugs.
Hmm. Well, I look to the captain and go, are we set to dock properly? Not going to run into anything, are we?
She says, well, we should be fine, and you would pass through one of the locks. You've slowed to a good speed, and she takes it through a set of locks. And unlike Provost, which had busy, kind of filthy docks teeming with the full pastiche of all Toril, here you see pristine moorings of stone and granite. Several empty, but other are filled with Navy frigates or mercantile ships. You would also notice a massive ship of the line patrolling the harbor. Gilded belt armor adorns the hull, with images of elven gods carved from quartz adorning the bow.
Fancy.
Ooh.
As the Magric pulls into a mooring, two of the dwarves jump off onto the dock, begin running a line through the chocks to secure the bit to the cleat. Yes, I had to Google all that. They're quickly met by 4 high elves in full golden plate, 2 with longbows and 2 with long swords.
Octavian will... Are they coming up the gangplank, or are they standing next to the gangplank? Oh, shit.
Oh, damn.
That grid is tiny.
It is. It might be too tiny.
You know, you can turn off the grid.
I think I may.
Yeah, and you can still use the measure tool without it.
Yeah, I'll just
You
turn
might
down. I'll turn the opacity off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are they coming up the gangplank, or are they just standing next to it?
Yeah. So let's say, I don't know if you can see that ping. Let's say that's our ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are standing next to the dock as 2 of the dwarves jump over and they start securing the ship. 4 guards approach.
I will be as close as possible to them without, breaking any protocols at attention. Not in an intimidating way, just like an official kind of way.
Mm-hmm. And you hear one of them call, is there one among you named Varro?
Just ran up in the crow's nest.
No, Ren would be down. That's probably near Browin and what's her name? Ereliah.
Yes.
Ren would approach and say, I am Varro. I'm told to ask for Quinlan.
Ereliah looks like she's about to say something, and Halamath kind of waves her off and kind of puts a finger against his lips, and then she appears to think better
Fucking
of it.
bitch.
Yes, the guard says, yes, we were sent by Lady Quinlan. She's expecting you.
And who is this Lady Quinlan, if I am to ask, being a traveling companion of Mr. Votto?
Sullivan set us up the contact.
Ah, good. And I looked at everybody else and just go, should we head off now or take a second?
I think Ereliah and Browin can manage everything here at the docks.
Pretty well.
Seems fine to me.
Mm-hmm. So as you're leaving, you would see Evangeline. She's keeping a low profile. She's just kind of staying on the ship, and you see her kind of talking to Brilwin, and they're trying to she's just trying to help out a little bit.
Probably best she stay there for now. She hasn't officially gotten any asylum yet.
Right. Adney would be staying close to you, Octavian, eager to get off the ship.
I'll ask her. Do you know where you're?
Sorry, I was gonna say this is Adney's home, isn't it?
Yeah, she's from here, right?
That's what she said. Yeah.
Okay. I see. Well, on the way, I'll ask. You said you are from here, yes?
Yes. Yes, that's true.
Manner of speaking.
I'm going to, if it's all right with you, I actually know Lady Quinlan as well. Is it all right if I just walk up with you?
Well, if you know her, sure.
She's a family friend.
Family friend.
Can I?
Sure.
Yeah, can I do that as well?
Sure.
Off.
Oh God, I actually beat Ren.
She seems above board.
I hit almost every single attack, but fuck my rolls outside of combat.
As you, is Deflator still asleep or laying in bed?
I imagine we would have gone and woken her up, or something else. Some part of the commotion would have woken her up, I think.
I mean, I was awake. I was just ignoring it.
Yeah, I said like staring at the ceiling.
Well, I would have gotten her.
What?
We have a meeting with somebody important. You might want to come along.
Fine.
Now you know how I felt the other day.
Justin, do you have any like low-key like city music or city ambiance you want to throw in for me?
I mean, I can throw my Spotify playlist on.
Sure, I appreciate it.
City. There we
I
go.
owe you one.
Can somebody clear the queue for me?
Yeah, I'll do it.
There we go. Get some Witcher music going. There we go.
Yeah. This just makes me want to like sign off and go play Witcher.
Eh.
Do I want to go play The Witcher, or do I go to bed after this?
You help me with my pledges.
Oh, have you not done pledges today?
I did yesterday's pledges this morning.
Oh, good job. I'll tank them.
Sure.
And then I'm going to sleep.
I mean, if we're, I may be too tired, but I appreciate it. If you're up, that'd be cool. As you walk from the docks, past merchants and tradespeople, you would see. Let me just take a look here. You would see that the city is built in levels, and it appears to raise straight out of the rock, with some of the rock formations still visible, sort of framing it in parts. Certainly merchants and tradespeople, you would see many stairs carved right out of the rock that was there, carrying you about 100 feet or so up. As you make your way through the city, you notice that the reddish stone slowly changes to white. And you're led through the city. You also notice that the, unlike Provost, which was very set up in districts, here, the private homes, the places of worship, the different shops and market districts appear to be more conglomerated, more mixed together. As you go up, you certainly see that there's a wide array of different architectural styles, although many of the more official-looking buildings certainly have a very strict elven style to them, with towers made out of different types of what looks like glass or crystal stone, usually carved either out of the rock itself or out of what looks like quartz. The city rises in several levels, and as you approach, I'll just say that you would be led. Am I on the right thing? Yeah, you would have been led, up this way, around here, up here, all the way. The guards are walking, two in front of you and two behind, actually. Does anybody react in any way, or are you just following them?
I'm sorry, I was telling Jake why he's bad at biology. What did you say?
But it has to be the dolphin, though, because it's a giant fish with lungs and a hole in its head, and supposedly smarter than monkeys.
It's a mammal, though.
It's too absurd to be true.
It's a mammal.
Okay, giraffes and birds. Okay, birds are not mammals, but
birds are avians.
Giraffes are supposedly mammals, and they don't exist.
Giraffes are one of those animals that shouldn't exist when you really think about it.
I don't know how to respond to that sort of thing.
Jake's just doing a jape. Anyways, what did you say, Ellis?
No, drafts don't exist.
Oh, it's a Reddit. It's a subreddit. God damn it.
The Elven City is really cool.
Okay. Would the architecture wouldn't be very familiar to Octavian, would it?
Not particularly.
Okay, but like a lot of the marble though is kind of reminiscent of his home, right?
Certainly.
Yeah, there's a bit of a fondness to it. It kind of reminds him a bit, even though it is very architecturally different than what he's used to.
It's also quite a bit older than anything that you saw on Hannon. Certainly older than many places in Vanador as well.
Yeah.
So
I'm getting some serious, like, based on this map, some serious, like, Minas Tirith vibes or something.
yeah, I could see that.
Because of how, like, because it, like, when you look at, like, the overlay of Minas Tirith, it's, like, very windy.
Yeah.
I mean, all very compact and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are led down this road. Two of the elves in front. They're keeping a quick pace. You notice some of the people, some of the merchants and the passersby might kind of give way for them as they're walking by, and they're kind of eyeing you just with interest. Certainly, yeah, certainly. A wood elf, a man in monk's robes, a Vanadorian praetor, and a
Bird.
yeah, a kenku, and then of course a human girl being led by 4 soldiers is just drawing a bit of attention.
Yeah, Octavian's not really paying them much mind. He's in full march mode.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just what is like, so Ren's not displaying them, but he is no longer being secretive about his tattoos. So like he doesn't have cord wrapped around his forearms to keep his sleeves tight.
Okay.
So just like I said, he's not like openly laying out like,
Hey, look at these. You know what these are?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he's no longer just completely hiding it.
Okay. Yeah. So you would have actually noticed a couple of looks down by the docks, but not so much as you move into the city.
Bro, nice ink.
Yeah. You might have even seen Ren. You might have even seen kind of as you were exiting the ship and kind of moving through more the harbor kind of area. Maybe 1 or 2 people might have kind of whispered and kind of pointed in your direction.
Ren knows he's been, you know, he's been outed to the beast. So he's like, you know what? It is what it is.
They could just be saying to themselves like, "Hey, nice tats." I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
With his perception, I'm pretty sure Ren knows.
Yeah, you're up to what for passive perception now?
It's only 26.
I thought it was like 21 or something like that. Fuck.
I took the prodigy feat since we just hit 8, and I put my expertise in perception.
Oh god. Oh no.
Well, I rolled
can't hide it. Ellis can't hide anything from you.
I roll
He's
a
hearing
plus
your
11.
thoughts now.
Yeah, I roll a plus 11, and passive is 26.
Jesus Christ.
So
Yeah, he's definitely hearing thoughts at this point.
So, how do you guys do that thing where you can leave the arrow on and like draw a path?
As you're like dragging it, right click, and it's gonna put a point on it.
Yeah, you just right click once and then you can drag again.
When I right click, it moves the map. Am I an idiot?
You only have to right click one. If you just go right click, you can't move the mouse at the same time because then it does the same thing as panning.
Yeah, so you like click on and off for the right click.
Oh.
Yeah, because if you hold it down, you start moving the map.
Okay, you know what I was doing that was doing it wrong? Like, I was holding down Shift. Because Shift lets it stay on the screen. But I didn't know the right click. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. If you do Alt, it removes snap to grid.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I got it. So your ship is down here. So let me see if I can do this. So you were led up this way. Around here, and you would have seen Around this point, you would have noticed a fountain with a statue in the middle. Whoever speaks Elven, I believe that's a Garwen.
Me.
Ren now knows Elvish. That's the one
Hey.
that with Prodigy.
You would have noticed that it was a shrine to the three mystics. Not just Ix, but Ix, Nire, and Diem. So you're led through the city this way, through a gate here, into this sort of like slightly quieter area, around to this building.
Does this building appear religious in any way? Or does it appear more so like just administrative in a way?
It does appear administrative.
Okay.
So the way once you pass through the gate, you also notice on the way up that there are soldiers, more or less evenly spaced, along the road, almost the whole way, staring straight ahead. And as you approach that gate, the escort stops at the gate, exchanges a word, and they say, "Go on ahead." As you approach the building, Adney asks the guard, "What is this place?" And he says, "The Chronicles of the Green Lord, miss. City Library." And on the steps, you see a cloaked figure awaiting you, waiting for you.
Probably a fucking nerd.
Well, I mean, pretty sure he eats, breathes, and sleeps.
Yeah. Ooh, fancy.
So you are right here on the steps. As you approach, the figure actually holds out what looks like a small stone. And she says, "Finally, the stones are reunited. It has been many years. Welcome to Altair. Formerly the Zanari Empire, but that was long ago."
Is this Siliquin?
Raising her chin, you can see inside the hood a familiar moon elf, blue skin and silver-streaked black hair falling out of the cloak in loose curls.
Ah, Lady Siliquin, it's been a while.
Nice to meet you again.
She would say, "Forgive the deception. I wish I could say that our country is more enlightened than Hannon, having the benefit of millennia of wisdom, but we are not immune to corruption, and the walls have ears, as they say. So, an alias, when I travel under my own name, it might attract more attention than I wish, and the archivist has spies in this city, make no mistake."
Ah, so you are... what did they say that we were supposed to meet? Quinlan. So then Quinlan is who you really are.
Quinlan is an alias I use from time to time.
Oh, my mistake.
Not at all. It's good to see you. I'm glad you are all well.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
She kind of gives an eye to Agarwin. And your wood elf companion?
We met in Aaronsport. He's
Not important.
He's a friend. He can be trusted. We are
We're not sure
unfortunately...
about that.
He hasn't stabbed us in the back yet.
You should know I wouldn't do that. I'd shoot you.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he'll shoot us from 600 feet away.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll also motion to Adney. He goes, and this is Adney. She is a native here. Insisted on meeting with you. We met her in Eastbridge as well. She was, or not Eastbridge, Aaronsport. She was stranded.
She will say, "Yes, I will see. You have my word. I will see her safely reunited with her family. But for now, we should get off the road."
Right.
Lead the way.
So she turns to lead you into this large central building. You see white stone blocks cut 6 feet high, holding up this enormous roof. The sunlight scatters through the windows into a myriad of colors that play off a reflecting pool at the center. And actually, I've been trying to practice this with the grid. Let me see if I can just get this right. This is either going to be really impressive or it's going to go horribly, but we'll see.
If you're trying to manipulate stuff on the map layer, you might be able to... Oh, fancy.
Whoa,
How's that?
That's pretty cool.
that was dope. That was a slick move.
Okay.
I gotta learn how to do that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Oh, shoot.
Did you lose yourself?
No.
I see everything just
No.
fine. Oh.
In the music, you
Oh.
want it something.
No, the music's
You
good.
better never let it go. You only get one shot.
Oh, God. Mom spaghetti.
Mom spaghetti.
In the long ago, I used to host karaoke, and that was one of my go-tos. I'll just let you absorb that information for a minute.
Yeah, and I'm trying to envision it now.
I don't want to envision it, but my brain is.
To give you an idea of how long ago it was, that song was brand new.
The long ago in the before times.
I actually saw that
I was
movie.
barely alive.
I saw that movie in the theater.
God.
She would, as you go inside, she would say, "We are more." Yes, she would say, "We are slightly, we are less vulnerable inside, but rest assured, the mythal ensures our skies are clear and our borders protected."
Mythal?
Somebody want to roll history or arcana?
I will roll.
I am not rolling either of those.
22.
Octavian, you would actually know, especially with your history, that the elves have a way that they get several powerful spellcasters together, and they're actually able to create a protective ward that can protect an entire area. And they call it the mythal.
Yeah, it's quite impressive magic from what I hear. That.
She would say, long ago I was part of this group, and I learned to control the weave. Unfortunately, the strain is difficult to endure.
I'm good at hating things.
Garwin goes and casts Druidcraft to go and check whether the skies are actually going to be clear or not.
Oh, fancy.
Oh, wow.
I can check the weather. I'm your local weatherman.
It does appear to be clear skies for the next 24 hours.
Beautiful. All right. So I kind of go and say, yeah, they're not full of shit.
Checks out.
They just got those. They just have those 3 Nord heroes at the end of Skyrim, just
Yes.
shouting every now and then.
Yes. So she is leading you around the room, and she's just kind of giving you a tour as you're talking, and you would see it's not in the map, but you would see racks of books and tomes, different tables, certainly statues of different elven figures you might be familiar with, like Coralon. Is that how you say it? I think.
I think so.
As well as the mystics you've heard so much about. There would definitely be different relics, some that look interesting of an arcane nature, and then other different works of art, different things. It's clear that it's part library, part museum. So as she leads you around the central building, you would see shelves hand-carved from what look to be ancient trees lining the walls. There's tomes and scrolls on the shelves. Some emit a faint glow, orange, amber, crimson, sapphire. Siliquin walks over to an inconspicuous-looking shelf, and she pulls off 2 scrolls. And I believe that would be... I'll just drag everybody kind of more over here.
Okay.
As you're walking by, you can also see above there appears to be a second floor also. And she holds one out to Deflator, 1 scroll. And she says, "My lady, you may find use of this."
Well, I hope I do. These
For
pieces of
your
paper are
sake.
starting to. These pieces of paper are starting to take up a lot of room.
As she guides you, let me just look at something real quick. Oh, a second, sorry. I'm going to take a little liberty with the map. I can't find something I'm looking for. So she would lead you in this building to a central courtyard, which is built. It's built around an ancient magnolia tree. Large glowing blue fruits hang from the branches, which seem to protest under the weight. And she would say, of course, this is all for show, for the benefit of other races, to project what they believe is the power of my people. I would much prefer to conduct business by the wood, perhaps in poem. I get there so infrequently these days. We always say there will be another day, a next time, but one day, for each of us, it will not be true. I think on this much, and it reminds me that I should go to the woods where my heart lies, and again walk the path of the mystics.
Garwin kind of goes and makes a face as she's saying that. It's not a very pronounced one, but he's kind of going and for those that are like watching his face, they would see it kind of twitch into kind of an odd little like skeptical look.
I believe she would notice this and say, my friend, are you from these lands or from across the sea?
Not these, across the sea. I'm originally from Silvery Moon, actually.
She nods. She says, I have heard of this place, but I have not seen its beauty with my own eyes.
It is certainly something to behold, though I've not been home in, well, quite some time.
She nods and says, I believe you will have the chance to see the woods in these lands. I think you will find great beauty there.
I do hope so. I've liked what I've seen so far.
So she would sit on a bench in this central area, and you see her take the second scroll and she unrolls it. She unrolls it across the bench, and she's kind of looking at it. And if you were to look, you would notice that it's a map of a large wood, and there's some writing in Sylvan on it. And she would say, "Go ahead."
No, go ahead.
Okay, she would say, "But I'm afraid you must not keep her waiting." She reaches in her robe pocket, retrieving a ring. She places it on her left hand. She closes her eyes and cups her hands in front of her, and her hands begin to fill with amber light, which she lets drip onto the page, staining the map like ink. The drops begin to pool, and a shimmering portal crackles into being in front of the bench, a shimmering doorway from nothing. Looking through, you can see a secluded grove visible on the other side.
Just kind of look around and say, and we're going through that?
She says, the choice is yours, but I believe we share the same goals.
Hopefully it's better than my last experience with a portal. I will be the first to walk through.
Before you do, she says, know this, our defenses could not last in an all-out war with the dwarves, but we have other friends. Some that to this point have been quite secret. There was a plan enacted by the elders of the city, but they were overruled. But I'll leave you to it. Remember, as you pass through, keep hold of who you are and know which side you are on.
Don't worry. We'll have some discussions about plans going forward.
So Octavian, with that, Octavian just yeets himself into the portal.
I mean, he marches through. He doesn't yeet himself. He's a man of class. Ren's the one who can yeet himself into a situation.
Ren would kind of wait. And I don't know if our Deflator and our Garwin going in.
I guess.
Garwin's going to kind of go and lean and look over the map and kind of look at where the ink had gone, or the light or whatever it was had gone and dripped onto the map.
Sure.
Where exactly is that hitting the map?
It covered the whole surface. Does I'm looking at your character sheet. Do you speak Sylvan?
He does not speak Sylvan, no.
Okay, I was trying to get that up. Yeah, so you would see some language. I'm sure you'd recognize it.
He could probably recognize the writing, but he wouldn't understand the words.
Yes.
He's gonna go and kind of pull out his notebook here and flip it over onto the back, and write what he saw on the back of the page as he's walking through.
Certainly.
And then he will, he's gonna go, and as he's getting close, he's going to close his notebook and kind of look at her and just give her kind of one of those weird little, like, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm hoping this is safe. Or I hope I'm not going and fucking up, and he's gonna step through.
So I mean, Ren's kind of like, Ren would kind of like, was Adney making her way towards the portal?
Yes, you would see Adney goes in right behind Octavian.
I mean, Ren would like motion for Adney to like not.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. She gives you a look. She seems a little. You see some trepidation on her face, but she kind of steals her resolve and she passes through.
Ren would kind of motion for her to not go through.
Okay. On her way, she sees your hesitation and stops.
Like, Adney's home now. This is not for her. Like, at least that's like Ren's opinion. Like, look, we got you out of Aaronsport. You're home. You have home business. Like,
so at this, you're saying this out loud, or are you just giving her a look?
Well, I mean, Ren would kind of like hold up his hand, and be like in motion for her to like to not go through, and then I don't know if she's. I was saying that was Ren's thought process. I don't know if she's actually, if she says something.
She gives you a look and she hesitates as Octavian and Agarwin pass through, and you can see them on the other side entering this grove as the portal is kind of shimmering, almost like ripples in a pond. And she kind of gives you a look, and then you see the hesitancy kind of come about, and then she looks over at Siliquin. So Siliquin just gives her a very warm smile and nods, and then she just kind of looks back at the portal and she steps through.
Okay. Ren would kind of like just aside to Siliquin, who exactly are we meeting?
She'd say, it is not for me to say, to tell you. You must find out for yourself. But if your goals are peace and restoration of what has been lost and the conclusion of your mission, the answers lie on the other side.
All right, and Ren will go through.
Deflator?
Sure.
Yeah, bro.
As you step through the portal, you are brought to an idyllic grove. You see.
Where's the quest marker? I'll go there.
Yeah. Make sure you pop a double XP scroll.
Okay, got it.
You would see a very similar magnolia set in the center, but on this one, there's no fruit, but white petals are falling slowly to the ground, which is carpeted in fallen leaves. You would see a circle of gray stones about 3 feet high with planks of wood laying across it. On top of the wood are baskets of rolls and fruit scattered about, several bottles with liquid, cups, and fresh-cut flowers laying on the wood, which seems to function as some sort of a table. Through the space between the planks, a violet steam seems to rise. And on, just a second, on what appears to be a wicker chaise lays a figure. Golden, almost glowing skin and very light hair, tied up very neatly in a bun with almost like a laurel wreath behind 2 very, very elven ears. The figure appears to be wearing what looks like shimmering orange plate mail with appears to be almost like a cape of orange and red feathers across the shoulders. She turns as you enter, and you see a distinctly elven face, the eyes and the lips painted white, and what looks like a red marking, almost like a tattoo coming from the bottom lip down around the chin. In her hand, she appears to be holding a cup as well as a pine cone. And she looks up at you, her lips part, and she says, "Is the hour so late?"
I look at Octavian and just kind of go and say, yes?
Ooh. I don't recognize this person. None of us recognize this person, do we?
No.
Okay.
Sorry to jump from map to map to map so much.
Pretty sure it's an Eladrin, though.
Yeah. I know not of what you mean, but we were beckoned to come here by Lady Siliquin.
From around... Oh, shoot. 1 second. Think. Delete that. From around... Okay, here we go. From around behind you, you see pads a large dog. 4 foot tall at the shoulder, silvery white fur and obsidian black eyes. The face seems almost human as its eyes narrow, sizing you up.
Ugh. Grody.
Curious, aren't they? Pine cones. They keep the promise of life safe through the storms and cold, even from the teeth of the dark beast. But when the time is right, they open and life begins. She sort of puts her fingers to her lips and says, "It's almost as a promise made to nature itself, but where are my manners? Would you care for some wine?" At this, she waves her hand. The level in one of the bottles seems to decrease as several nearby cups, roughly made from wood and bone, seem to fill.
Well, you are being so gracious of a host. And I'll take one and give it a swirl and maybe a sniff. I don't know what you do with wine.
Well, you gotta aerate it first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I should know how this stuff works. I have family that's in the wine business.
I have family that are alcoholics.
I'm like, where are you going with this? So the same problem I have, just not as classy. Anyways, I'll give it a swig.
She would smile and say, "Elferquist, it's a weakness of mine for which I have no shame. A glass for you, old friend?" And the elf points to a cup which is tipped over on the ground. The hound stands on its hind legs, extending a paw, picking up the glass delicately, sits in a nearby chair. The woman again gestures to the cup, which begins to fill with the silvery red liquid which flows like mercury. At this, the Hound would say something in Celestial, which I will...
I speak Celestial.
Yes, which I will chat
It
to.
has finally become relevant.
I will chat to Octavian. So the Hound says this. The woman frowns at the dog, whispering in common, "Please, our guests."
I'll respond in Celestial. Yes, I think that would be quite acceptable.
The dog would look at you, replying in Celestial. At least someone has some manners. And then he growls low and says in Common, "You know I dislike this language. They call it Common for a reason, you know."
Well, you can also think of it as a common tongue between all people. Communication is the forefront of civilization.
Ah, something to bring us together.
Bitch,
Yes,
you
exactly.
Be careful as we get to put down. Ren doesn't say that.
She smiles and she addresses the five of you. Where are my manners, please? And she gestures for you to be comfortable. And you certainly, to your choice, you would find adequate seating about. She would say, "They call me the Curator, though my true name be known to you. Can you feel it, the power in this place? We stand at arguably the heart of Halcyon, its beating core. This is where the chaos rested and the land took form. Right here, on this spot." And she's pointing at the ground beneath her feet.
What do you mean by that?
She smiles and says, further introductions are in order, but first, you sweet girl," and she turns to Adney. She says, "I was so sorry to hear about your father. He was a good man."
Kind of slow turn.
She would nod and she'd say, "Thank you, my lady." And she'd say, "I fear you are very shrewd. You did well to elude the crones, but I fear that old Gran's eyes have fallen upon you now. But do not despair. We all find our end one day. I suppose you should introduce yourself properly to your friends."
Yes, I think that would be wonderful.
And she turns to you and she says, "Forgive me. I'm Princess Ethelind of Hannon. Forgive the deception. I didn't know who to trust."
The look on my face, Ellis. Huh. That's all Octavian does. It's just like this moment of like almost acute accusation, and then just like, huh.
Garwin's eyes go and widen, and then he just doubles over and falls out of his seat laughing.
The woman would say, "I see she fooled you as well." Yes.
See, and Octavian's just like, see, when Ren relayed to us that the princess was in hiding, I had expected her to be, I don't know, somewhere hiding out in Gion, or perhaps already here in Eastbridge. But I guess, as they say, hide something in plain sight, as it were.
You see, if I understand correctly, her mother sent her to Altair to find Siliquin, to find me. But unfortunately, her ship was destroyed in a storm. Whether it had been the work of the crones, or perhaps another force. I know there's another dark force patrolling the waters between Altair and Hannon. It was all she could do to make it back to shore and wait for another opportunity to cross the bay.
I was like, can you imagine if, like, when Ren found her in the barn or didn't find her at all, and he's just like, "No, fuck off. Like, you're not coming with us."
That would have been okay.
See, but here's the thing. Now I feel kind of justified in being like, hey, maybe you shouldn't come into life or death danger with us. So, ha. Anyways.
Um,
Well, Pleasure to meet your acquaintance, my lady.
Adney, or should we say Ethelind, she gives you a nod and she says, you forgive me, Octavian?
I'm far past holding grudges.
I doubt that.
When they don't involve accusations of arson, yes.
She turns to the woman and she says, these kind people, they helped me. This one, pointing to Ren, she says, Ren the monk, he found me hiding in a barn. I was almost starving, but he allowed me to come with them. He saved my life. And the woman just kind of looking at her kind of sternly, and she says, forgive me, my lady. And she says, oh, it's not necessary, and you can call me by my given name. And Ethelind just drops her head and she says, Archfey Nire.
Oh, an Archfey. Okay.
Seeing the look of recognition on your face, Nire would say, many of my kind have passed beyond the veil to follow the light in the north. It's good to hear my true name spoken aloud once more. The people of Halcyon call me the curator, for I gave order to the permutations, the never-ending randomness that dominated all. I saw what could be, and made it so. But was it an error? Is there more freedom in the chaos? Was I wrong to weave such a reality? And if so, is it not my right to pull at the strings until they unravel? Can't you see the tendrils holding everything together, binding the planes to one another? It is these bindings that we must seek to break. Otherwise, how can we be free now?
There's a lot of thoughts. Hold on.
When she gets philosophical, Ren just like, what?
It's like, bro, I'm not high enough for this.
As she goes and says her name, and kind of
shoots her because she's on the
down. No, he's gonna go and kind of choke down his laughter, hearing the name, and he's gonna kind of start inching back away from her.
Are you suggesting that the things that are plaguing this world are, or at least this part of the world, somewhat of your doing?
She just kind of looks at you and says, haven't you been listening?
I am, but there's a lot happening.
Ethelind kind of whispers to you, says, she's one of the three mystics.
Ah. So you are... Wait, hold on. So she said her name was what?
Nire.
Nire. And that's one of the names of the mystics that we've heard before.
Yes. So there's Ix, and then there's Nire and DM.
Okay.
In the creation myth, Nire is the one who was first and who found order in the chaos of possibility.
Okay.
DM is the one who settled creating the Vera wood and created the tree that the wood elves call home and revere.
Mm-hmm.
And Ix, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well. So you are one of the mystics. That certainly explains a lot.
Another name that they give me. I rather don't know what to think of it at times. But I do see these tendrils holding everything together. I think, should we resist the urge to pull upon them, or should we give in? That's what I've been wrestling with.
If they were to be pulled, what would happen?
Your princess, Terrasin, she pulled too hard on one thread and it unraveled your empire. It was my fault. I gave her mother the scroll that did it, but it was one of many mistakes, visible to me only in hindsight.
What's the glass made out? The cup made out of that we have?
I believe it was stone and hold on, was it bone?
thought it was wood.
Wood and
Well,
bone.
you said there were cups of wood and bone.
Yeah, wood and bone. Yeah.
Okay, if you would allow me to, as soon as she says that, in a comical kind of way, like Octavian's grip tightens and it just shatters the thing that he's
I
holding.
didn't realize where you were going with that. I should have known.
Yeah. Could you repeat that? There's like wine dripping off of his clenched fist.
She looks very perplexed, and she says, she kind of looks back at the hound, who's just sitting in the chair, drinking his wine, just kind of observing the scene. He says, her wish, Terrason's wish. Faced with the civil war and the destruction of all she loved, she went to her mother and asked for guidance. I had prepared her for this. This is why Terrason was born in the first place. Don't you see?
I was merely her protector for 5 years. What is all of this? What are you talking about?
Forgive me. The Emperor came to these lands, and how did he return?
How did he return?
He returned married to an elven lady named Duriel, and she was with child.
Right. Okay. He returned with Queen Duriel. She was already pregnant. But why? What was her wish? What? I am very confused.
She would say she was so clever able to save her half-brother from certain death as well as prevent war. Her wish was granted, but the cost for such a wish is high. And the city suffered, and she suffered. The energies that shifted the permutations to align with her wish made a crack in the well beneath the city, like this one. And she gestures to the stone circle, brimming over with silver liquid and violet steam.
Does it look similar to the one that we saw in Aelsarin?
It does indeed.
That is like the one in Aelsarin.
Oh, yes, one of the towers of the Eldrin. Yes, yes.
So you're telling me that in order to prevent Wulfhere and his army from being destroyed by the Eldrin, she whisked him away somewhere, and in doing so it brought Tychon to ruin?
Well, she didn't have the power. She wasn't nearly as powerful as I'd hoped. Perhaps enough for my purpose, but the scroll gave her the power to recenter reality a single time for a specific purpose, and she chose to save her half-brother and the army, as well as prevent a war. But you must understand, for such power, the cost is unbearable.
As Octavian goes and says, Wolf.
Octavian's standing up by this point as well. He is not happy.
As you go and say Wulfhere's name, Garwin kind of goes and kind of squints, thinking, looking at you, and pulls out his notebook and starts looking through it.
So what happened? What happened to Wulfhere? What happened to the army? Why did they never return? Why did they simply just vanish?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? But you should more concern yourself with why did Terrason have to pay such a high price? Why was the power she sought, why couldn't it just be given to her freely? Why did there have to be a balance to it? Why did it have to be balanced out with such pain and such loss?
I don't know. Perhaps the tricksy whims of an archfey.
Or perhaps one of the others whom they call a mystic. Perhaps for this person, the name is more apt.
Garwin actually goes...
that would be...
Garwin snaps his notebook shut and quickly stuffs it back in his pack.
looking at Deflator, she would say, DM, of course, the one you know from... And she said, and she kind of looks to Ethelyn and says, would you help me, dear child? And Ethelyn says, at the heart of the Verrowood, there is the forest, there's the tree of Zek DM. It's said that DM settled at this tree, and when the children of Ix walked, they came back, and there was a great tree there, and it's very, very magical. And the wood elves, they make their bows and their staves from this wood, and it's a place of great power. Are you saying that Are you saying, Nire? Are you saying that DM turned into the tree, or what are you saying? And she says, whether he is the tree manifest or slumbers beneath it or his spirit is attached to it, it must be destroyed. That
head shake. Oof. What?
That's the only way to stop his just unbelievable insistence on balance. I've had it. If it wasn't for this balance, I would be able to rid these lands of all the evil. I mean, you've seen it. These shadows, these crones, this great evil. What do you mean no?
Without evil, there can't be good. You won't be able to rid all of it.
For once, I think we kind of agree, Deflator. This is a weird feeling.
It's because it's true.
But even so...
Even if there's still evil, there's levels of evil. I mean, I certainly think the world would be better off with Beast dead.
Exactly, and what is this tree going to do to people like the Beast?
It's just
Doubt the tree controls them.
Well, everything seems to be connected. The Beast has this connection with Old Gran, which seems to be the creature in Magraste holding the princess captive. And they both seem to be working for the same Devil King or whatever it was. So perhaps they're, if Nire here is giving power and opportunity to people like the princess at our side, perhaps the same as for this DM is giving power and opportunity to someone to counteract.
Ethelyn says, I think I understand. You're trying to, as you draw more power from this source, DM continues to balance it by unleashing more evil. Why would he do that? And Nire simply shrugs and says, why? It's just his nature. Why does any animal react the way it does? It's just all he knows, and I think that it's high time that Halcyon was free of it.
Look, I can agree to that, but on one condition.
Name your condition, chosen of the Raven Queen.
If you so stand for good and justice, we would also have to kill you.
So you wouldn't want me to stay unchecked.
Exactly. Neither I would Ix.
Ix.
I was about to ask, where is Ix in all of this?
Oh, Ix has been slumbering beneath his mountain for millennia. He's best left out of this, although my plan would be not for you to kill, not for you to destroy, but simply send a message. If we were to...
The DM?
Yes, if we were to say set fire to his precious tree, it would certainly get his attention, and it would give us the opportunity to open up negotiations.
Slow turn to Ren, just like, don't you fucking say it.
Wait, what? I missed it.
She said light fire to his tree.
Ren was he just kind of like side-eye you?
But what would that accomplish? Would he not see fit to retaliate?
Well, and that's where Ix comes in. If he won't see reason and talk, then we must wake Ix and compel him to do so. You see,
So what makes you think Ix would be in on this?
You see, I could not defeat DM alone, but the two of us together, it's possible. Why would he cooperate? He shines his light wherever he must. I don't believe...
What if he must not shine it there? You're making a lot of assumptions about this person.
I imagine she's known him for a long time.
She'd say, I've dwelt out of time here for quite some time. I do lose track of time.
I'm guessing Ix is found under the mountain Exerix.
Yes, you know it.
I've seen a map.
She nods and smiles.
I saw a very nice picture once.
Yes. She'd say that DM, in his zest to always balance things, I fear that his power is opening a tear in Urun, in the Shadowlands, right to the source of shadows. And it's this tear can only be closed by stopping him.
Is there nothing that can be done by mortal hands?
If you can go to this mana tree and get his attention, there is a problem, though. The problem is that if we let's play your game. Let's say we were to stop DM and we were able to close this tear to the Shadowfell, as you call it. The forest would suffer. This is known to me. But is there a none strong enough to replace him? Your princess was to be one who could have been strong enough, but she's been corrupted. So we have to go to another plan.
Who's to say that we cannot rescue her? I know Magraste.
And a smile crosses her face, and the hound behind her polishes off the glass of wine, puts it down, and says, if they could somehow find Terrasin, the princess, and restore her, would she not? And she holds up a finger and says, you truly believe she can be saved?
I know her. She's a good woman. A good heart, a kind heart. If she did what she did out of kindness for her brother, who would have sought ruin to everything that they upheld or were supposed to, then that person isn't so easily killed. And besides, you're in luck that I am here.
She raises an eyebrow.
Considering I know her so well. Were it any other person, I think your chances would have been very slim. But
I think they're slim even with you.
But they are not zero. Listen. I cannot give up on her. I know where she is. I know that she is in danger. And I know that something bad has been happening to her. I cannot sit idly by while that happens. I told you before that, were it not for all of the other things going on at the time, I would have left Aelsarin, headed back to Provos, and charged in there by myself, and I most certainly would have died there. But I didn't, because I knew that a better opportunity would present itself. And it seems my patience has been rewarded.
Nire nods.
If there is anyone on this planet, or on this plane, that has the best chance of bringing her back safely, it is me. And I stand an even better chance with my friends here.
Terrason was born. I will tell you the truth. She was created with the possibility to take over for DM if together we had to kill him. She could become one with the tree, close the tear to the fell, but her corruption rendered that impossible, though if you think you can find a way to restore her and her city, for their fates are linked, you know, perhaps we could avoid it.
By rescuing her and cleansing this well underneath Tycon the way we did Elsarin?
Yes, their fates are linked. They're linked because of her wish. She used her love for her half-brother and for her people to tie her fate to the city.
If we rescue her and whatever corruption is grasping hold of her, if she can be free of that, I do not think Tycon will be rebuilt instantaneously, but it at the very least would prevent whatever awful things are going on there. It would be safe to walk its streets again.
She nods and says, though, to pass through the wood to Magraste, you will need help.
Well, I would appreciate it. There are a few mortal matters that I think we need to ensure are set up and ready to play out before that.
Oh. Are you referring to Hannon?
Yes, in a way.
She nods and she says, she looks to Ethelind and she says, your mother, the queen, needed you far from the abbot, and to secure your homeland and stop the evil that dwells there, we will need great power. I thought we had to kill DM so that I could pull the power we need from the weave, but I must admit that once again I've made an error. I was far too generous sending him regents and scrolls. I thought it was a joke to see him try to understand the power that I have, to try to understand it. I treated him as a child, but he is much more shrewd than that. He's stronger than I suspected. I've been... Yes.
Is she referring to the Archivist?
Yes.
You're the one who's been giving the Archivist his things, his little parlor, or his artifacts.
I thought it was just as a parent giving their child a toy, but he has grown beyond.
More like giving him a loaded cannon.
She shrugs.
You handed Stewie Griffin a fucking bazooka.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
She says it was amusing at first seeing him try to understand how to manipulate the weave, but I have dreamed lately that he will attempt to rise the abbot, give credit to Tyr, or at the very least find a replacement. And
look how that turned out. Dozens upon dozens, if not hundreds of people have lost their lives in religious zealotry.
Exactly why if we get rid of DM, we have to get rid of the rest of them. They can't be trusted.
She says, as you go through the woods, you will need to find the one called Bastion. I also recommend you secure the Dryad Dawn's support. The Wood Elves will defend their lands, and you will need allies.
What of the dwarves in Gion? How are we to ensure that we will not return to Altair in ruins?
Siliquin can keep them at bay for a time.
We have a month.
Well, is your
Or like 2 days until they start attacking.
Well, it was the Day of Arms and Bread, which was the day itself was supposed to be a month from now when we heard about it, and that was on the Mythaqua in Provost, and it's been close to a week by that point, so we have 3 weeks. Listen, I know somebody on Hannon who has resources that could help, at the very least, retake the hold and place the queen and the princess back in power. I'm confident that they can do this. Perhaps we can be there to support them. But once they do that, and they're back in power, this ancient pact can be called off. The dwarves will have no reason to attack. And then we can deal with this.
The dwarves
Wasn't part of our plan to go to the dwarves and tell them to stop?
If we can, we might be able to curb that entirely if it's just called off. If the queen takes power and formally denounces the abbot's decisions and explains everything to them formally, then it would eliminate the need for us to go there. At least in my eyes. I look over to the princess and I'm just like, am I wrong?
She'd say, "I'm ready to go home and fight. If I can save what my father built. I mean, those are my people."
Perhaps a small backing from Altair itself, maybe. Coming from both sides.
Iniri looks and says, you wish for... She says, the dwarves attacking the humans, it's just...
No, the dwarves attacking the elves. That was the plan. They attack here, and with them... With the most of their force gone, the abbot would have been able to move in and take over much of Gion, and the elves would be weakened by their fight. Have your enemies fight each other, and then they are weaker for you.
But why should that matter to me? To any of us, we have raw power. We have the unhinged power of the Shadowfell pouring into this land. Why should we be concerned with the petty squabbles of the humans?
Because these petty squabbles are what people live through every single day. They don't know anything about this Shadowfell shit. It's not something that concerns them. This is the plight of the people that believe in you, the people who live their lives daily.
Ren?
I would say the Shadowfell will matter if it spills over. And that's not the disagreement with you, Octavian, because I do believe that Hannon matters.
And what, we're just supposed to go off and play superhero while...
I have no fucking clue what we're supposed to do. I want to go back to Hannon. I want to get your army, my fellow monks. I want to kick the shit out of every member of the Vigilant and the Paladins. I want to make sure the abbot stays dead and kill the archivist too. That is what I want to do. That is what I may do. But we have to consider every option that is in front of us.
I'll look back to the Archfey. Just so what? We go off and do these tasks, this quest, and what? You can just undo every single wrong death that was at the hands of the abbot and the archivist and make it all better and nobody has to worry about anything?
No. Even if I had that power, why should I?
For someone who is supposed to be incredibly wise and worldly, you are incredibly short-sighted in the weirdest way possible.
It's perspective, Octavian. Do you? I mean, I can't imagine how many thousands of years old. Or do I expect she's thousands of years old, or just like hundreds, or like?
You would suspect thousands.
Yeah, it's like how many thousands of years old this entity is? The three entities that are involved in all of this. Perspective. We are irrelevant.
She says,
we might be irrelevant, but the problems of the world are not irrelevant to the people who live in it.
He said perspective. I think nothing of stepping on an ant, so do they think of our lives and our civilization that way. And it sucks for all of us, because we're the ones that get stepped on. But it's perspective.
Nere would look to Octavian and say, "This is how we learn, how we grow, through conflict, through challenge. Who among you would be who you are today without war and death? No, this is the way of things."
But it doesn't have to be. That's the thing. If there are options laid out before us that we can take.
Octavian, what option before us will give peace and prosperity to the entire world forever? None.
I'm not saying it will create permanent peace.
But there is one.
Shit people doing shit things.
But there is one path before us that could lead to the future you seek. We get DM's attention, get him to relent, kill him if need be, and then we can all be free. And you see that there's like her color appears to have grown a little bit even more bright orange and red. And her hair is shimmering.
You're still missing 2 deaths in that equation at minimum.
Even if we get him to relent, what is to stop him from a couple thousand years from now deciding he wants to fuck around again? You might not have people like us.
That's why we need to destroy them. These beings have interacted with our fates for too long. They've modified what's supposed to happen.
What if what they do is what is supposed to happen? That's not something we can know. Did your god tell you this specifically, that these 3 are what needs to happen? The death of these 3?
I don't know, but it's what I feel, and I determined my own fate.
We all do, by other choices we make. That is, fate is irrelevant. What will happen based on the decisions everyone makes is what will happen. Just like the decisions they make.
No one should be able to dictate what I should do. Nothing should be above me.
No one is dictating that. If
they literally pulled strings that made decisions for us.
What decision did they force upon you that brought you here that wasn't the decision you made?
Not me, literally, but anybody.
They do what they do. It's not fate, it's just decisions that affect the world. That doesn't mean it's fate.
We can debate philosophy all we want, but at current, action is what will solve the problems.
Exactly, and the only action that will solve the problems is the death of the 3 mystics. The reign upon our land has been too long.
Might I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Prior to today, were any of you aware that your decisions were being made for you, so to speak?
My decisions were my decisions.
If our decisions are predetermined and influenced by something else, then that gives no meaning to anything that we do.
I believe you're referring to fate in that statement, correct?
Yes.
So, would it not be safe to go and believe that fate is a thing that is going to happen no matter what? Maybe
And if that's
it is.
then if that's true, then what meaning is there in acting at all? Things are going to happen anyways.
Maybe it is your fate to have had that string be pulled. Who's to say? She is.
Sorry.
Apologies, lady, but she is but an archfey. She is not a god. She is an archfey. She has power, yes, but she is not a god.
I agree with Agarwin. I mean, beings affect others. That's the way of the world. I mean, fuck, I lost it. Damn it, I lost it.
Regardless of what our opinions are on predeterminism or determinism, now that I've had a moment to clear my emotions, I think the most efficient way of going about it, and this is not just me speaking from my own proclivities, even if we could get DM to stand down and chill out, what's to stop him from going off the rails again in a few centuries, a few millennia? Then the cycle starts over again.
And
Someone other than you lot, I can tell you that much.
But if there is a way to prevent such a thing from happening, then he should not be in the equation. But we can't just let an entire forest and way of life die.
Oh,
The wood elves have done nothing wrong other than, well, plant their flag where they have. The people of Arendelle and the Verrowood need not suffer for decisions that do not directly affect them. So here's what I propose. Metaphorical flags. Here's what I propose. We find a way to save Terracin from whatever is ailing her. If that can be done, then we have potentially a replacement. Then that way, DM is out of the question. And as much as I would want to see her sit upon Tychon's throne and see the Empire rise again, I am not above the greater picture. If she can take his place, then ideally, the person I know would do a far better job at whatever it is that his job is supposed to be than how he currently is. So I say we do that first. That should be our ultimate objective first. I have a few letters to send, and maybe we can set a few things in motion while we're not there. But
I do find it rather odd discussing the murder of Archfey in front of one of them.
She's the one who put the idea forward.
Yes, but it still seems odd.
Discuss murdering a particular archfey right in front of her.
Well,
wouldn't be the first time we've talked about killing someone in front of them.
At this,
but those were humans.
Yeah, this doesn't change. I don't care.
The Hound would actually run up to Deflator and say, "Bite your tongue, Kenku. Not only could she kill you, she could kill the one you serve." And at this, Nire flicks her wrist, and a chain comes out of nowhere, wrapping itself around the Hound's throat, and she pulls him back and says, "You must forgive him. He's forgotten his manners." And
I'm glad that you did that before I had to do it myself.
The Hound lets out a low howl.
I want to say something in Celestial to that fucking dog.
Well, I mean, Deflator's openly talking about murdering his friend, master, whatever. You know.
And Deflator, you believe in fate so strongly. How do you know it's not fate that Nire and Ix live, and DM dies and is replaced by Terrasen? Perhaps that is fate. And you trying to kill her. And
Maybe that is fate, but we're not there yet.
Well, we won't know what it is unless we try something.
Exactly. We need to go now.
She would say, if you are so set on your path, if the matters of the humans vex you so, and you must return to the island and settle matters there, so be it. You've done well to this point, but in another way, poorly to have allowed the situation there to become so unhinged. But you cannot go...
Our fault she gave a bunch of shit to the archivist.
Well,
yeah.
He does love his trinkets. A payment I care little for. A coin, what would I spend it on? No, he wanted to start his own little empire, and I said, why not? Why shouldn't he get a turn? It's only fair. He just has to get the dwarves to fight the elves for a few years, and he could try. He's a funny one, though, don't you think? He was so happy.
He is a dangerous madman with more power than he has common sense.
But he was so happy when I reminded him of the day of arms and bread, and I gave him a copy of the papers. Everyone had forgotten it.
A silent street murderer would be happy for a good knife.
That's good. I like that.
Well, we learn through conflict and death.
And yet, for some of us, the consequences are minimal.
Look, if he vexes you so, go return to the island and settle matters there. But you cannot go back immediately, not until my errand is complete. You must bring the message to the wood elves.
And why should we do that?
We can choose to do whatever we want.
You do have free will. It's true. And it will be easy for you. After all, you have the right of law on your side now. You have the princess with you. It should be easy for to gain the support of the common people of Hannon. Ethelind, you know Sir Beto Matthias, do you not? And Adney replies, yes, my lady. Nire smiles and says, yes, he could help you, free your mother, but first you must find him, but it will not be easy. He has hidden himself, fled from the archivist. Find him. He was loyal to your father, and he serves your mother still. He can reunite the army under Hanhaver's banner, if it's what you all care about. With the legions at Soldiers' Rest, and the monks too, whoever you'd like. The knight boarded a ship from Provos. I believe he's currently in Vardis. He has many soldiers loyal to him. I believe he's making a living as a sellsword. And Ethelind nods and says, he's known me since I was little. He's an honorable man. Could be a valuable ally.
So that'll be the first stop.
But if we do this, then the situation to the north gets worse.
Gotta start somewhere.
She says, I'm growing tired of this. Please, you must go. You've given me much to think on.
Fine. Sorry about your cup.
She laughs. She just flicks her wrist, and you see it reform perfectly and float back to the table.
I expected that.
She'd say, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was making a noise. What's up?
No, she's going to say, there will be time for the rest after... There will be time for the rest after you've completed this errand for me. Simply walk north, sometimes east for 4 days. I know you count Bafflestone as an ally. He's known to the lords of the Golden Hills. Wild Wanderer himself. You'll see some of his followers in the wood. You'll know them by the wood-brown cloths and their green caps. You can count them as allies as well. Bring one of them this. They might find it interesting. And she tosses you the pine cone. She says, beyond that, if you can get the support of the Bastion, then DM will have no choice but to surrender it to us. Once he is out of the way, together we will have the power to do all that we must. Ethelyn says, what if... But, my lady, what if DM won't listen? What if the others are right? And then she replies, if he will not negotiate, then we'll have no choice but to wake he who sleeps beneath the mountain. Ix, imagine it. When you all woke this morning, did you ever consider that a god would have you wake another god to kill the third? But such is chance. It's a funny thing.
Chance or fate, huh?
A wise question, Monk.
That's the big question.
Behind
it's
you...
one that I've been pondering for a while, and I assume you too, Ron.
Not really. There's no such thing as fate.
Yeah, sure.
Behind you, there's a flash, and the portal opens, and she'd say, stay safe. There are many dangers, and worry not. I have sent my army to meet you. They will see you safely to Zek DM. And with this, the swirling void from the well extends outward, pulling at your sight and hearing, distorting the grove. And with a flash, you seem to have not moved. But the well and Nire are gone. The shimmering magnolia tree lies in the center dead. Dry petals can be seen on the ground, which are quickly blown away by a chill wind. You're deep in the forest, not sure which way to go.
And the portal is behind us that takes us back to where Silicon was?
No.
No, the well went and teleported.
Fucking bitch. Kinda had to go back there at some point. And that's it? You're just gonna leave us stranded out here? He shouts into the void.
Yeah, because she's a fucking bitch.
Fucking Archfey. Blue and orange morality.
Did you see the portal was open?
No, around you, the grove, and I don't have a map for this, sorry, but around you, the grove has lost all its color and magic, and it just seems very gray and dead now, and you just appear to be in what looks like a normal forest.
Garwin turns to the magnolia tree, and he kind of bows at it, and begins heading in the direction she indicated, north and east.
I want to climb the tallest tree that's around me.
Sure.
I want to inspect a dead tree.
I want to attempt to use like the best map I have and use any landmarks I can see to find out where the fuck we are.
Sure.
Are the benches that we were sitting on still around us?
They are, but they are crumbled and broken.
But whichever one is like has like the most to it, Octavian's just gonna, give a loud, punching effort and just punch one of the stumps. Just...
Yeah, I want to look at the dead tree.
Sure. You want to roll nature?
I was gonna roll Arcana, but I'll roll nature.
No, Arcana's fine. It seems like just like a normal dead tree, but you definitely notice some residual energy on it. And Ren, as you climb the tallest tree and look around, can you give me whatever check you think is appropriate?
I mean, this is just an example from Xanathar's guide.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be perception to notice what I want, but it's an example in Xanathar's guide for using tools.
Yeah.
Cartography tools specifically is you can use the things around you, the surroundings around you to. Oh yeah, survival. Your understanding of geography makes it easier to find a path. No, it's not it. I don't know. But yeah, so you yeah. So I don't know what's check you on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe survival with advantage because you have the tools. Cool. Based on what you see, just by looking at landmarks and in each direction, you notice as you're climbing this tree, you climb one of the shorter ones, and you see that you are surrounded by other trees, which are quite a bit larger, going, I would say, almost as tall as 40 to 50 feet.
Brendan's gonna climb to the tallest one, like, because he wants to be able to see mountains or anything, because he needs to get back to Eastbridge.
Yep. Yeah, you would be able to get your bearings with your tools and with your experience navigating, and you find that you are dead center in the heart of the Verwood.
Fuck off.
Oh my fucking god. I had a fucking letter to send.
After having a boat. Alright. I'm going to start walking towards Eastbridge.
Leg. Hold on. Let me just chat you something.
Okay.
Anyone who's looking at activity can see he's visibly frustrated. We were told that
Sure we all are.
we would get some answers, and while we did, there are far too many more questions.
Well, and so much for being able to get supplies and sell shit, and
Yeah.
Welcome
No,
to dealing
we gotta-
with Faye.
And she was like, oh, you guys can go do whatever you want. Except, lol, no, you can now go do what I wanted you to do anyways.
Well, Red's going back to Hannon.
It's a long way. It's a long walk.
You know, that's what he's here for. This discussion about fate and inevitability really pissed him off.
Yeah.
What time is it? Octavian.
Huh? How would I know?
I don't know. You're a soldier. You know how to look up at the sun and shit.
Can I even see the, the sky from where we are?
No, but Ren can.
Yeah. It's like, well, Ren decided to go run up a tree, so I think he would be the one to ask.
Ren, what time is it?
Well, DM, what time is it?
Let's play telephone.
It appears as though you would see to the east. It looks as though dawn's breaking.
Ren would just jump straight off the tree.
Slow fall.
Land. So, dawn is breaking, and we are dead center in the middle of the Verwood.
Oh, for
Dawn is
Octavian's like, oh, for fuck's sake!
What was the print? Not Terracin.
Wait. Dawn.
Apparently, well, time.
Didn't Dawn break 3 hours ago?
Pretty sure time is fucky where she was. She said that time wasn't normal there.
Yeah, isn't the fucking princess with us too?
Yep.
Good job.
What was her name? Evangeline?
Damn it! I missed a thing.
Oof.
I missed one.
That's
note.
a big oof.
Yeah, I missed a note.
Hold on, every scene resets. Oh, by the way.
No, it's not. It's not that important.
Hmm.
What was Evelyn? Was that this princess's name?
Yes.
Ethelyn. Ethelyn. Yeah. Ethelyn. Okay.
We're gonna say, well, Ethelyn, do you want to try and find that knight in Vardis and go home and find your mother?
I can't even. I don't understand. Why would she send us here? She must.
Because she's a bitch who doesn't want to admit that our choice might be different from what she wants, and so she wants us to go there to where she wants us to go. So that's why she put us here. So
It's because Archfey do not operate on the same level of morality that we do. They're whimsical and impulsive.
But I am choosing. I was sent here for a reason, and that reason was to help your mother. And that's what I'm going to do. And no one is making a choice but me.
Does Arendelle have access to a port?
Arendelle, you would know, is kind of up on the cliffs, and it's not really... It does not.
Fuck. Because they're about the same distance from us to ZekDM. So if they were... Octavian could probably pull a little bit of, you know... Well, we have royalty with us, and Octavian could probably flex his rank a little bit to get in there. But if they don't have access to the sea, then it's a moot point. Unless they know of some other way to get around. I mean, they are Eladrin.
Ren, with your passive perception, you would hear a slight rustling coming from behind you, coming from the wood.
Ren will take notice and look.
Ethelind, not noticing, says to Octavian, and didn't she say, didn't Nire say that she had an army, or she had help for us? I forget. And she seems visibly confused.
Believe me, I am just as confused as you are. I thought we were going to just go back into where Siliquin was.
I'm sure Siliquin thought the same thing.
This is why dealings with gods and godlike beings brings nothing but trouble. No offense to Flater.
None taken. Literally wanted to kill one. 3 of them, actually, but...
I, for one, don't want to know what they are capable of in a fight, but... We have to find our way back somewhere.
But should we go north or south?
I don't know.
I told you where I'm going. Octavian, if you'd like, I will deliver your letter in person.
I don't want us to split up. Believe me, Ren, I want to go back and do all of that too, but you must understand that she is so close. I have a chance. I want to take it. But I don't like that choice being forced upon me. Let's at least just get our bearings and take a quick look around. And then...
I've gotten my bearing.
Can I make a quick perception check just to look around and see if I notice anything interesting?
Well, Ren has been keeping his eye on where he heard the noise, the rustling.
Right.
Sure, yeah.
Meta, I'm trying to see if I can notice it too, but...
Yeah, do you want to roll investigation?
Trying not to say that. But I mean, it would be something that Octavian would do, would be to take a look around, like, what the fuck, you know, now that he's kind of cooled off a little bit.
Yeah, do you want to roll investigation?
Could I do perception just looking around?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
9.
As you're looking around, you notice. The first thing you would notice is a Garwin seems to be looking in your direction.
What?
You do have other options, you know.
Well, by all means, inform me. I fear my anger is blinding me.
So, my kin, you know, the ones in the tree.
Yeah, wood elves. I know.
Yeah, they're more than capable of sending any messages you wish. And I am fairly sure that they're a lot closer than anything else that you've got an indication of going after.
See, the point is not that they have the capabilities to. I'm certain that they do. It's more so that we aren't here because we want it to be.
Fates decide.
Fuck fate. The only person that can determine how my life goes is me.
Yeah, fuck fate. I'm going with Ren.
And the
I don't care
sword that
anymore.
you tried to go and pick up. Had it not been for us going and helping you, you would be dead by now already.
Probably. But that would have been my choice.
No, it would not have been. It was our choice. We chose to save you. But it was.
Are you referring to the?
Die.
Hold on. You're referring to the sword?
Correct. Yes, the one that you.
I chose to pick that thing up. I chose to pick that thing up, and you chose to save me.
Yes. What?
And I am grateful for it. But if I had died there, then it would have been my choice.
That wasn't us altering fate. That was us making a choice. A choice that everyone's choices affect other people's lives. That doesn't mean it's fate. I could kick Deflator in the cloaca. That doesn't mean it was fate.
Very well.
Fate is the decisions you make and choices you make. It's completely alterable by whatever you decide, and that's why I'm leaving.
Fine, then
I
will go as well.
That.
And I will go as well, but at some point I am returning to Magraste.
I am going to my people to go and deliver the messages that you and whomever else chooses to go and deliver. However, I am going there. They have messages to burn said tree, and there's nothing stopping us from going and having them send your messages as well, killing two birds with one arrow.
It's not the message.
Oh, please. You mean you're pissy just simply because you got transported somewhere that you didn't go and choose to go to? Guess what? Fates go and do as they please.
There is no such thing.
You cannot always control what happens. So, you mean to tell me that you would have gone and protected the abbot from dying because some other fate had chosen that he die?
What? No, I would have chosen to kill him because that's what I wanted to do.
And someone else went and did so. So why are you so upset that someone has done this?
I'm not.
And yet now you're upset because what? You mean to tell me that you can't go and sell your things with my kin and get half of our shit done through one place?
It has nothing to do with the message. The whole reason I chose to go here was to help the queen, and this discussion has driven me to that is why I decided to come here, and that is what I want to continue to do.
And you honestly don't believe that my people, who are literally linked to the magic of this world, couldn't go and deliver your message and possibly deliver you wherever you wish to go?
It's not about the message. It is about the task at hand.
Can your people teleport me to Vardis right here, right now?
Me? No, but my
people
may be able to. They have members that are capable of that sort of thing, yes.
Well, if I can get instant teleportation to Vardis, good. Then we'll go with that. And if not, then I'll walk there.
At this, Ethelind actually she kind of yells. She says, "Stop!" She says, "We have to save my mother. If the best way to do that is to serve Nire and burn the tree, that's what I'm going to do." And she starts to go like she's going to walk north.
It's not. None of this matters anyway. I'm walking to Vardis.
As Deflator takes a step to the west, an arrow lands at her feet. Or her talons, whatever she has.
Feet talons.
Interesting.
Adney goes.
Imagine all of us head on a swivel.
Yeah, and as Adney goes to stomp north, right at her feet.
I was wondering when you would show yourselves.
After all of that, Octavian is pulling out his sword. Definitely.
I'm gonna keep walking.
You hear a little. Okay. You hear a little bit of a whistle, and from the trees emerge beings with features. They appear to be people made of very soft wood. The hair is made of leaves and foliage, dark brown, holding bows as they come out. And there's a whistle as they appear to encircle you. Another arrow lands in front of Deflator as she keeps walking. And one of them says, you hear some chatter in Sylvan, and one of them says in common, "The next one won't miss."
Yeah, bullshit.
Deflator, don't test them. Do I know what these people are?
They appear to be dryads.
So not Eladrin.
And they say, "How did you come to be in our wood?"
We were taken here against our will.
Nire herself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of a chatter. You are talking crazy.
Insight me, bitch.
If we all say the same thing, are we all crazy?
They kind of look at each other, and you hear some discussion in Sylvan. And at this, there's a very low rumble. There's a very low rumble, almost like thunder, coming from the ground. And you notice that the
flashbacks to the boulette.
The dryads are looking at each other. It appears as though they're a little bit nervous, so you get the impression that it's not their doing.
I speak to them and they are correct. They are not lying to them.
And then in Elvish, one of them would reply, "They're coming. We must get to safety."
What? Well, I can't understand it. Never mind.
And at this, the dryads actually move to scatter.
I go and turn to the others and simply go and reply with, "Something is apparently coming. They are leaving. I would suggest we do the same."
The thunder gets louder, the rumble, and you would recognize it as the sound of footsteps and boots, armor. And what you see coming from behind you is beyond all reason. Dozens of soldiers marching out from the tree line in formation begin to encircle you. They have the armor and banners of a Vanadori legion. Pole arms reach to the bottom of the branches of the great oaks in the clearing as several centurion arrive on horseback, golden short swords on their hips, infantry behind with spears. "Hold!" cries one.
No.
"How did you come to be in the Verawood?"
And I'll say, I could ask you all the same thing.
Is this the prince's army? Is that what we've stumbled upon?
It probably is.
At this,
you've been missing for what, 10 years?
Yeah, just about.
At this, you see another figure ride out from the trees, a silver helmet with a great plume of purple feathers cascading from the top. He dismounts and approaches. And he flips up the visor on his helmet, and he approaches you, and he comes right up to you, Octavian. He says, "I know you." And you recognize him.
Do I recognize?
It seems as though he has not aged more than a few years in the preceding decade, if that. Prince Wolfhair looks you dead in the eye and says, "Praetor, is it not customary to bow to your emperor? Now what have you done with my sister?" And that is where we end.
Fuck!
Can you not do that? Like, please.
Sorry, I had to.
Like, you don't have to hold. If you want to rage, you have to hold the mic down when you do it.
I don't have push to talk on. That's the problem. I'm
then
sorry.
use it.
Oh, so I'm looking forward.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
I'm looking forward to session 0 next week. I've got some ideas for my character. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna fucking kill him. Oh no. You did this. We're all mad, we're all pissed, and Octavian doesn't like this guy. We're all gonna die.
Maybe not.
Hopefully.
Can't trust this man as far as I can throw him, and Octavian can probably throw him pretty far.
Well, I'm gonna chop off his head, and I'm gonna walk to fucking Vardis.
Those pikemen will cut you down and skewer you, and that's what they'll eat for dinner.
Okay. At least it'll taste good.
You assume too much.
I mean, it would taste better than your shitty personality.
Hey.
Okay, that was actually, like, mean, but...
Yeah, that was actually a little mean. Bitch.
I was going for cuts.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Did you see that coming?
Partly, but not in that exact way. Like, as soon as you said the sounds of people moving in armor, I'm like, ah, fuck, here we go. Like, did I sound, like, really far away when I, like, said, fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because I
But
literally...
honestly, you were so far away from your microphone, because I know you turned around and yelled it. I thought you yelled at your cat.
No, I literally, like, pushed my chair back. I almost went, like, partway into my kitchen. Ugh.
Ellis, he went and said that he had barely aged in the 10 years.
Yeah.
I did say that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we've just met the
We're in the Feywild.
No, I believe we've met her army.
That fucking cunt. So I'm sorry they dropped the C word, but but I can think of no more appropriate
Didn't
word.
drop it last week. I think we're good.
She did say that the army would be happy to escort you safely to complete your task.
Not all of it, I think.
Unless whoever
fucking irritating.
Yeah, no, I think we were in the Feywild for a brief moment, and then
Oh no, Alice, like, okay, Meta, Alice DM'd me. We're in the Feywild right now.
wait, we are?
Yeah.
Well, there's a tear, is what.
Yeah, there's a tear. That's what's going on.
So, like, the Feywild and the Farrowwood are, like, partially overlapping?
I put the pieces together, right? So, you'd think we're in our normal, like, material plane, right? Because the benches and shit around us were destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tear because that's where she has probably holds her most power.
Mm.
So like, I don't know, like, I didn't know, like, a better way to make it more clear, but, like, she is drawing more power from the Feywild, and that tear's widening, so in return, DM is like, I'm going to balance it. I'm going to just keep ripping a bigger hole into the Shadowfell. Keep doing it, bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm making sure that you got that. And
which is why I want to kill both of them.
Now, what's going to happen with the characters that would literally want nothing else to do with it? Now we're like, are we railroaded?
No, well, no, certainly not. If no, I don't. I would not do a railroad. Will they march you to Zektium and make you burn the tree? Absolutely not.
Will they do that if we ask? Probably.
Will they let me go back to the material plane?
You're on it. So if you right now you're on it. So
he's in the Feywild.
Well, there's so things get a little fucky in the very.
Okay, yeah. So are we in the Feywild? Because what you DM me is that we're in the Feywild.
What I said was, you realize you may be in the Feywild or something like it. Time is moving differently. It's hard for you to discern.
Yeah.
So
I'm fairly certain when we were talking to the Mystic Lady, we were in the Feywild.
I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just it's definitely. I mean, you know, as any character moves through the Verwood, you would slip in and out of it if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's partially overlapping because like the Feywild and the Shadowfell are reflections of the material plane. So
yeah, and
if there's a tear, it would make sense that like certain portions of it might be like more Feywildy than material forest.
And that's where I hope that explains like why all of a sudden there's like fucky wolves and there's fey dragons and there's a bunch of hags and there's all this weird stuff is like slipping in, and like if it's getting all the way down to Hannon, like what's going on to the north, you know, like where you are now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I approve.
Boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean, I know like
with all of this.
I know like not everything works for everyone, but like for me, I'm like, what a good cliffhanger. I don't know. That's just because obviously
cliffhanger was good.
Obviously, I would like it because you know it's mine. So obviously, I like it.
I don't know. It's good. I'm just frustrated that I don't get to make the character choices that I wanted to make now because it was forced.
Well,
because
like, you're dealing with the
Archfleeter specifically and arguing about fate so much. Ren's like, whatever. When we get back to Eastbridge, I'm gonna do some shopping, get a boat, maybe take the princess with me, go to Vardis, get the thing, go back to Hannon.
So can I just tell you one thing? It's more fun for you to discover this on your own, but by the time you get back to Eastbridge, maybe no time has passed, right? So maybe like, what if like Brilwyn's still sitting there, like, oh, you done already?
Huh.
We've been gone for years. Like, I don't know, you know? That's like one possibility.
I mean, yeah, that's a thing that can happen in the Feywild. But it's...
Which means also that like the whole Day of Arms and Bread and the whole thing with the Queen, like everything would kind of be on pause if that was...
Yeah, but again, characters don't really know that until maybe we see some evidence of that.
Yeah,
or something like that.
I would love to like not tip the hand at all and just have it be like, you guys think, and I don't know if you'd quit the campaign or not, but like have you guys think like everything has gone to shit and everything you wanted to do, you can't do it, only to get back and find out you can still do it all. You know, that would be kind of like a cool moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're pausing for now, so I'm sure we'll forget all those details by the time we come back to it. But hey, at least there's the VODs for now.
Yeah.
Always rewatch the VODs to catch up. Fuck. Like, me personally, I'm really torn. Like, obviously, the goal is get all the shit on Hannon taken care of, and like then we can focus on all that. But the longer we wait on that, the worse it gets. And on top of that, the thing that that has really just set Octavian down his path, the whole reason he's starting to gain paladin levels, is right fucking there, and we can go help. And it doesn't seem like the right thing to do. And I love shit like that.
My thing is like I wanted to give, because like I feel like Ren had made his choice that I wanted to give him the exit. So then like I was anticipating this nice journey, like how we were traveling all over Hannon, this nice journey from Eastbridge to Starin. Because right now, I haven't talked with Alice in depth, but right now, like my plan was to have Canuck in Poem.
Oh.
Maybe you would have picked up Canuck there. You maybe would have picked up this other character that I've been planning in like Starin or something.
So I mean, I can just tell you that like, you know, if we were to pick up next Friday, you would have the option to say fuck this, walk away. Like no one's gonna like grab you by the neck and drag you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, and now like I don't know. Well, and then the thing is like now. Like, because Ren's leaving, but then Deflator decided to leave, so that's half the party gone. That's not like that's just bad. And
Vorm's still on brand new character mode. Yeah.
I kind of thought that Deflator would.
Well, that's why Ren was leaving, because he like see that's what I don't understand. Is like Ren and Deflator had this big argument about Ren doesn't believe in fate. Deflator thinks everything is fate. So Ren leaving is him denying fate. So that's why I was surprised to see Deflator wanting to leave when fate was her whole deal.
You proved the point to her. You proved the point to her.
character growth.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Well,
Ditching the path. Maybe.
oh, interesting.
And obviously, it gives me a lot of time to kind of look at how it plays out.
Plan things and make contingencies and stuff like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Whew. Oh boy. Well, on that weird and slightly great, weird and slightly frustrating, but it's all good to me, honestly, as a player and as a DM. Because you're eliciting an emotional response from people, even if it's kind of, not 100% maybe what you were looking for. You still did your job. I am happy for you guys to be ready for whatever weird shit I got cooked up, because I've kind of told, I don't know if I've said, but like I've taken a lot of inspiration for what I'm doing this time around, like from like Kick-Ass and stuff like that. If you've seen those movies,
Of course.
where so it's gonna be a little on the cheekier, like tongue-in-cheek kind of side. I got a couple of fun puns planned here and there. Definitely. I mean, it's going to be serious, but I don't expect it to go like, 100% serious. Like it's the fate of, it's the fate of the realm kind of way. It's like it's the fate of the city. It's just this one little speck in the middle of the sea.
I am really tempted to go and play my undead there.
That would be bad. I'm just gonna say that would be bad.
I'm sure it would.
Yeah.
But there's an idea that's kind of mulling over through my head that would make it kind of interesting.
Keep it as a weird backup. That might work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
But because I mean, Jake knows. I definitely. I have the moments where I can get like really down and serious, and I have those moments where it's like, yeah, we're just laughing our asses off. And I try to walk that line, a good healthy mix.
Oh, I've got like 3 or 4 different character options, and I'm debating.
Jake died.
He better just dipped.
So.
Maybe. Oh yeah, GN. But yeah, like right now his the group that he plays in with my Northern Virginia friends, they're in a ruin and they're escorting a little like halfling sized construct that is basically like it doesn't understand like social cues. It can't say anybody's name right, and it's like it's almost like it's kind of Gur like. It's kind of like Gur.
I like it.
Yeah, but they need it because it can interface with the weird relics that they're going to be finding down there.
I love it.
Yeah, I in order to do my best to make the sound where it sounds like you're talking behind a helmet or something, I just cut my hands around, and he talks like this. Hello. Like the first time they met him, he was poking the cleric, who's a purple tiefling, while he was sleeping, and he's just like poking his cheek while he slept. That's the first time they met him. And he went on this whole thing about how he's purple, and that means he's destined for great things according to the people who made him. It's like, what the fuck? It's just, and then he just gets carted off by some soldier. And he's like, help, I'm being accosted! Yeah. But yeah. Well, yeah, we can talk about it next time. Be interesting.
I'm looking forward.
Yeah, I definitely want to sit down and talk to everybody about their characters a bit more, and especially to see what Ellis comes up with too.
Yeah, I really wanted to see what everybody else was playing and get a little more.
And if that person you mentioned who maybe wanted to join, if they're interested in checking it out and seeing what we got going on, invite them along.
Oh yeah, that's right.
If they're still interested.
Are you going to set up a D&D Beyond campaign?
I have one set up right now. I just would need content sharing enabled on it.
Okay.
I can take Yeah, as long as you can. So when you go into it, it has the option to enable it.
Okay.
And I think War and Metal both have legendary, all that stuff.
Yeah, let's see.
So once I go
see...
and join the campaign, it'll go and have.
Do I have to do edit campaign or?
Hang on, let me pull up more.
Or maybe I can't do it until somebody with other content is in it.
No, you can do it before. Give me half a second.
Okay.
View campaign.
Well,
So
I'm gonna actually go post a. I'm gonna post a link to it in.
Yeah, when you click view campaign, there should just be like at the top there underneath the title, like enable content sharing or something like that.
Yeah.
No, I don't see that on my end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because it could.
Yeah, I'm gonna in the OOC on my vigilante campaign. I'm gonna post a link to it. Maybe they changed it. Maybe somebody with higher tier content has to be in the campaign first.
Yeah, not a problem. Let me see what I can do here.
Okay.
That, and I can link you all of my different. Then you can kind of go and look.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I clicked on it. It says like add your old characters. I can add Elise Renaud or Rosalind Levert if I want.
Okay, I'm in and I have a shared.
Oh, okay. I forgot what your character's alias was. That's good.
Yeah.
Are you thinking about starting the same time, Justin? 9-ish?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Just to kind of keep it the same with everybody else.
Who the heck is Cherry Bomb 70? Oh, never mind. I know who that is.
Wow, I can't pin anything. Huh. I can't pin message. I wanted to pin the documents in the game info and all the pictures and stuff, but I don't think my role lets me.
Give me half a second here.
Okay. That'd be very useful.
You've got Tavern Keeper.
Yeah.
Maybe you need temporary creator, maybe?
Yeah. Throw them on there.
Edit, quote, mark on red, reactions.
Try it now.
Hold on. No, I don't see pin on here.
I'll have to take a look through the settings.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but I mean, if you don't want to change around the roles or anything, just whenever I post a document or an update to a document or a picture with a map and stuff like that, just pin it for me, I guess.
I'll get you taken care of. No worries.
Yeah, because that way it's quick access, because we did a lot of chatting in this one and a lot of important info kind of got moved around. Yeah. Either way, though, I'm also gonna post. I also post the Roll20 link. Let me just make sure this isn't on anything that you guys shouldn't see.
Oh, where's the fun in that?
Well, I mean, I don't want you guys to see the first thing.
Now we'll just see the end boss's stat block. It's fine.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Let's see.
No, you guys won't be able to see that unless you have access to my D&D Beyond account.
No.
And only if you know what you're looking for.
Let's see. There's that.
Okay. Cool. So that's...
Oh, where did it go?